Happy Sunday to you all, and welcome to the show must go on number like 65,000 or something like that. I mean, we started this way back last year during the first shutdown to make sure that our community continued to get incredible education. And we just decided that we're going to keep going with it. We're just going to keep doing it, keep handing out education because we love you. So we have a great day ahead here for you. Today, you are going to get to see all of the people here on the screen. So you get to see Anna Peters, Twylla Jane, Lisa Carrillo, Angela Cataneo, Sarah Lopez, and Kailani Goodwin all today, all sharing incredible 5 hours of packed content for winter weddings, New Year's Eve upstyles, all the parties that are coming up. We know that people want to look incredible, so we have packed today with that kind of education for you. Also coming up this week, continuing on from today, tomorrow, Mannequin Monday, we've got Anna back on. She's going to be sharing some bushel braid down styles. Tuesday the 16th, we have Transformation Tuesday. Twyla's back with us too, with our good friend Manda Ziegelman. They're going to be talking about scene-inspired block coloring cut. On the 17th, on Wednesday for Wellness Wednesday, we have Daniel Noonan, who is a incredible doctor, a really high-demand cardiac surgeon. He's going to be sharing with us how to take responsibility for our own health. And on the 18th, Sam Villa is back, Layers 101 for our Skills Up training. That is specifically for our school systems. But if you work in a school system, reach out to us. You can head over to the website, find out more information, and you can sign up to be invited to see what we do with our schools. Now, as always, during these Show Must Go On events, we have some incredible promotions for you. November 14th and 15th, 40% off all shears. You heard me right. 40%. 45% on all electrics, brushes, combs, and accessories. So today is going to be a great opportunity for you if you need to stock up, maybe get some Christmas gifts out there. And we also like to give some stuff away. So give back to get back is the theme right now. The Show Must Go On right now is all about support of the PBA Disaster Relief Fund. So 10% of all sales this weekend is going to be donated back to the PBA Disaster Relief Fund. And you can enter to win some incredible prizes. And you do that by texting the giveaway to 888-812-1115. And we'll keep throwing that up in the chat so that you have it. No worries. We'll take care of you on that. And also, oh my gosh, there's more. You can also chat to win, so make sure you're throwing into the chat your best comments, questions, because that's going to give you an opportunity to win some great prizes as well. So we got through it. Can you believe we got through all those announcements? I can't either. So let's get to hair, right? So today we've got Anna Peters and Twylla Jane for us. Anna has spent 2 decades in the hair industry. You're going to notice that she must have started when she was like 3 years old, but she also spent 11 of those years as a Redken artist. She is now a Sambia art team member who specializes in color, bridal, editorial, and finishing. Incredible hands, incredible eyes. She really has a passion for teaching very relatable hair so that people can truly grow behind the chair. I think you're going to see that. She's a mom. She's a stylist. She is the owner and founder of Retreat, which is an incredible salon in the Central Valley, California. It's been voted best. Just 4 years. That's all right. No big deal. And then Twylla is a self-proclaimed hair wizard. And she's also the owner of Loomis Knox. She's a Sambia ambassador, a Redken artist. She has adventured through our industry and backstage at photo shoots. She is a national educator. She's traveled all over educating. So we're so fortunate to have her passion, her professionalism, her humor. And so let's all welcome Anna Peters and Twylla Jane.
Woo! Hey, everyone.
Hello. Good
So
morning.
happy to have you, and I'm going to jump off screen because I know that was a long introduction, so I'm going to turn you all loose.
Awesome. Good morning, Twylla.
Good morning, Anna. So I know today we're talking about doing like some knots, doing some sewing, basically treating the hair as a fabric. So I will be doing a nice soft updo with a cute little knot that can be for, bridal. It could be for parties. It could just be for you to post something really cool on Instagram. How about you, Anna?
Yeah, so I'm going to be working with this stitch braid and incorporating it into creating a really beautiful shape for the client that she can wear this look as a down style, or she can move it up into an up style. And it's just so easy the way this look comes together that I'm so excited to share with you. But Twylla and I were talking about how important setting ourselves up for success is. And, you know, the key to success is the prep and what you've done to prepare yourself for what your end goal is. So in this case, prepping the hair with the right product, the right set, curl set, the right direction. And that's what we're going to be sharing right now is our set. So if you could see, I have already preset this mannequin head, mostly just to save time, but everything is moving in one direction, the curls. So off of her shallow side, we have a deep side part over here. All of these curls are going to be moving away from the face, and that pattern is going to continue through the back and into the other side. So on this side, the curls will be moving towards her face. And that's going to really help to set us up for success. So I'm working with the Sambia 2-in-1 Marcel Iron and Wand. And I love this tool because of how multi-benefiting it is with its curl settings or heat settings. We have hot green is 372 degrees, amber's 392, and that's going to really protect the hair from any heat that could evaporate those color molecules and really fade the color a lot faster. So if your client has colored hair, you're going to set it on that. And this curl is just going directly towards her face. So working with this in a Marcel fashion and just working those ends through, dragging that out and letting that just hang off to the side there. You could also take this spoon off and have a wand if you're wanting to work with your iron in that way. So it just saves a lot of space on our countertops. So I'm going to be working towards her face, and on this side, I'm going to be dragging this and moving it away from her face. What are you doing over there, Twylla, with your set?
Awesome. So I'm actually going to be starting out. One of the things that I notice is like when people come in for a style, we don't always have time to go through and do a blow dry on them first. So sometimes they'll come in and they'll already have curled their hair the night before. They'll have slept on it. They'll put hairspray in it. It'll be this kind of like frizzy, disheveled mess. So what we're looking for is to do a different set than what the guest had. So put something different in and start to smooth it out. How many of you prefer that somebody come in with their hair like a little bit dirty? Tell me in the chat if that's your preference, that people come in just a little bit dirty with their hair. I know that it can be helpful to have some product in there already, but for those of you that prefer people to come in with a little bit dirty, what you probably have noticed is that as we add more hairspray and add more products, the hair starts to get kind of dusty looking. It'll get a little bit dusty. So I like to start with Shine Flash. This is Redken Shine Flash. And what this will do is, one, add a lot of shine to the hair, and it'll start to break down some of those products from the day or the night before. So I spray it down with Shine Flash, making sure that I get the ends, because the ends can start to look really crunchy, especially if we have someone that doesn't get frequent haircuts. So then what we're going to do is take our thermal round brush and our blow dryer. So I've got the new Ruby Red. So beautiful, you have to get it. It has like sparkles in it. It doesn't pick up on screen as pretty as it is in real life, but you've got to get this. So anyway, the first thing I'm going to do is go in with the thermal brush, wrap around, and I'm actually going to use medium heat. It doesn't need to go super hot, and just start to smooth out the cuticle and start to pull out some of that set from the night before, get rid of some of that frizz that's in there. So that's the first thing I'm going to do, is get this left side to look like this right side, get it nice and smoothed out and ready to go for an iron set. So I'll come in with that iron set in just a bit. So you can see the goal, like I said, the goal is to get the cuticle to lay back down, get some shine back in here, and that shine spray will break up some of that product from the night before. So just smoothing this out. through here. And I like to do this section by section to get everything softened up. So instead of doing a iron curl set, like a curling iron curl set, like Anna's doing, since that's what this guest usually wears, I'm going to go in with a double waver on this guest. So really quickly, I'll smooth out this last section. And for this type of look, like when you're going to smooth stuff out, you want to make sure that you're using good tension. So good tension is going to help you stretch out that set from the night before. And then we want to polish the ends. So going through and getting those ends nice and polished. So now you can see we've got that set pulled out. We've got a lot of shine back to the hair. We've gotten rid of that frizz from the night before. Now we're going to go in and start to set the hair. So this guest usually wears their hair in a curl set, like you can see from the night before. And I don't think, like, another reason I like to break up some of the product from the night before is because I want to go in with my own heat protector. So I'm going to use Iron Shape 11, another Redken product here. And I'm going to work section by section. So about 1.5 inch sections. And I'm going to do just this front corner for you. And then I'll keep working on it. But let me get this front corner done. So I'm going to mist that down with some more Iron Shape that'll have the heat protection. It'll have hold to it. But I like Iron Shape because it's not too crunchy. It's not too heavy. Then we're going to go in with our double waver and work down this hair strand to get a nice little wave in here. But we're going to mix it up. So we sell these double wavers at the salon, and they do really well. The guests love them. It's easy for them to use. The way that the wave falls into the next section makes it just really easy for a guest to get this look on their hair. So we have some guests that already wear this. They already love this. This sells itself really easy because it's a fun little set. But I want to take it just a little bit further. So of course we could do the whole set with that, but what if we go in and mix it up a little bit? So instead of doing something that the guest can do at home, we want to create something and create a texture that's unique to what we do at the salon. So something that's unique for us. So I'm going to go in now with my Sambia Ruby Red flat iron, the sleeker. And I'm going to wave this section. So I want you to watch. So first we're going to go in as if we're curling the hair. I'm going to start to curl it back. Then I'm going to stop and pull the iron out. I'm going to replace the iron in the opposite direction and turn it forward. So ready? I'm going to take it out, flip it, pull it backwards, and move my finger down, flip it, and go back. So this is going to give us another wave that's going to look different than our double waver, but it imitates it. So it just gives this something a little bit more, I got my hair done at the salon. So again, coming in, I'm going to come in with the iron. So if I've got my Sambia on top, I'm going to turn it away, pull the iron out, flip the iron over. Now the Sambia comes back towards the face. I like to hold in each of my curls that we did. Now the Sambia is to the front, we turn it to the back. And we're going to work that wave through. So I'm going to set the whole head like this. So every other section will be with a double waver, and the section on top, I will curl just like that with the flat iron, just to get a different texture and a different type of look.
I love that, Twylla, teaching them how to use the tools at home, but then giving them something a little special and different in the salon, you know, upping the level of service and quality there.
Totally.
So great. We're big on teaching our clients how to style their hair at home, and it just adds so much value to their appointment and empowers them in making their hair look great, even outside of the salon. And the amount of people they tell by doing that about their stylist, teaching them something and how to use their tools. We've had classes in the salon where, you know, guests come in that aren't our clients, but are amazed by how much we're sharing with them and that they've never heard that before. So guess what? Who gets the new clients?
Yeah.
Our stylists that are at the class teaching and sharing that information. So it's so powerful to teach our clients. Great. So that looks beautiful. I love that, Twylla. This is my set just brushed out. So it's a very like glam wave. look that we're creating. And I went through and was just brushing it out with our Artist Series finishing brush. So don't be afraid when you use the right product and the right set to go through and brush out that curl. Make sure that you have a product in there with memory. So I prepped her with Redken's Iron Shape as well. This is my favorite heat protecting product because, like Twylla said, it's not crunchy at all. And then working that iron through each curl to make sure that it's completely heated up and then that it completely cools before I touch it with a brush. But brushing through this, the memory's still there. We're going to get this really beautiful glam wave. So I use the Sambia Artist Series finishing brush because it's 100% more bristle and it's just super soft and polishing on the hair. And then I went through the crown, and where I want to see some extra volume, I go in with the texture iron. So I don't want to add a lot of teasing to this. I want the hair to lay smoothly when we're going to be using the stitch braid, but I still want some grip and volume in there. So I'm going to go in and just at the base, I'm going to place the texture, and you can see that there, that texture that we're getting. And I'm just doing that under the surface layer. So about an inch below where the hair is laying, I'm going to go in with the texture iron, taking some thin sections and just popping in a little bit of grip there. And what that does is gives me a ton of volume and froth that I can really play up. This is a great tip for your clients too, who are trying to get volume through their hair. This will blow their mind when you show them how easy it is with the texture iron. So once we get our set in and brushed out, we're going to start the stitch braid. And there's so much fun you can have with this by incorporating different types of thread. I have gold thread here, but I'm going to actually show you how to do it with just the hair. So if you wanted to use like a leather rope or twine or something beautiful, gold twine, you can do that to add some extra sparkle, but I'm going to just be doing it with the hair itself. So we're starting on the shallow side. So here's her deep side, here's her shallow side. And we are going to gather this hair from the side here and pull this back. So when I did the set, I dragged that curl and then started it through the end. So it's nice and smooth and laying really nice for me. What's really important when you start this set is that the hair is all brushed through and that there's no tangles in the hair at all. So really make sure that the hair is all laying down and smoothly. And we're gonna take this section right here in the front, about an inch deep. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for you so you can see. And we're going to cross these two over. So what's going to happen is we're going to cross. And let me try to get over here. And then we're going to take sections of hair. And we're going to place that between our two sections. Just let that hang there, and then you're going to just do a twist back. So I have a section on the top, and I have a section on the bottom. I'm going to just use my thumb to pinch there, gathering a section of hair from the top here, making sure all that hair is laying nice and smooth. I'm going to go through, let that hang, and then I'm going to twist back. So I'm twisting up and away from the head. There's my X. I'm going to pinch, gather hair that's all laying in the same direction, nice clean rows. That's going to really help in the end result. And let that hair drop there and then twist away. So what you could see is we start to get this really cool like top stitch kind of pattern. the thinner your sections, the cooler that looks. I mean, it gets really stitch-like. And again, if you use a type of thread or cord, it will sew even more. And you could place the stitch anywhere on the head. So we're talking about fabric and looking at trends that are happening right now with holiday wear is a ton of pleats. Are you guys seeing that? If you're seeing that, write pleats in the comments, because I don't know about you, but I love them and I'm seeing them everywhere. So I was super inspired by that. And this stitch, this top stitch, is going to allow me to create a pleating in the hair. And once we get that pleating, we're then going to iron our pleats and really make it stand out. So I'm going to just move this top stitch all around down to the bottom here. And I'm just following the curve of the head, keeping my hands tight to the head, making sure I take really clean sections, dropping that hair in between my two sections, and then just twisting away. And pinching at the cross, grabbing a clean section of hair, dropping that down in between my two sections, and twisting. This is so simple, but so intricate looking and detailed when you place this on the head. So I'm going to just continue this all the way to the back over here to behind her ear. So I'm going to section this hair out of my way, and I'm going to just move this braid across the nape down here to behind her ear.
You had a great question come up, Anna. Someone was asking, like, when you use the texture iron, what would be the difference or the benefit of using that versus just like spraying a powder in?
Great question. So the texture irons gives us the ability to expand the hair by 3 times its volume. So sometimes I don't want to have so much product on the hair, because then it's going to inhibit me from getting the slip that I need, especially in this case, to have really clean, fine, polished sections. So for me, it's just placing that texture and that volume where I need it, and not getting too much product and grip all over the head.
I love
Great
that.
question.
Cool. Another question that I saw come up, and I think this is like kind of applicable for both of us, but it was the difference between doing a set horizontally versus vertically. Like, would a vertical set give more organic look to the hair? Why would you choose one over the other? I think, like, for what I'm doing, I think the double waver, you can definitely go in vertical with it. It gets more of like a beachy wave when you go in vertical. You'll notice that, like, the iron work that I'm doing here, I am working vertically. So I am mixing it up, doing horizontal and vertical. I know with your set, Anna, you're looking to get some volume, right?
Yeah. And so whenever we think of vertical and horizontal placement with our sets, I always just am thinking of principles of design, you know, same with how we use our scissors and why we would take a vertical section or a horizontal section. We're going to get the same effects. So if we are wanting to build width and volume that way, then we're going to go in horizontally. If we're wanting to create length and movement in that direction, we're going to go in vertically. And if we want a little bit of both, we're going to go in diagonally, and that's going to create a soft movement for us. So just remembering those principles that we learned in design and incorporating that into what we're doing in styling.
Perfect.
Great
All
question.
right. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to finger comb these curls. So there's a difference between using like a finishing brush like Anna used and using your hands. So the finishing brush is going to give more like a polished look. It's going to pull everything together, incorporate everything, whereas using your fingers will keep things really broken up. So I'm going to take a tiny bit. I think that this is always really important when you're breaking up a set. You either need to choose something that has some grip to it or slip to it. So grip or slip, and it depends what your end result is going to look like. So if you have somebody who the curl set's going to fall out really easily, I would do something with a little more grip to it, like a pomade or a paste. In this case, I want to keep everything nice and smooth. So I'm going to use just a tiny bit of Redken All Soft Hydra Melt and like just a little bit. So I actually got like a little too much on my finger. I'm going to take some off. So what you're looking to do is just coat your fingertips a little. So one thing is like, especially if your fingertips start to get dry or get like little snags in them, my hands is soaking up this product, so maybe I didn't get too much. And you just want to coat your fingertips a little bit so that they slip through the hair or give texture to the hair appropriately. So anytime I'm going to break something up, something is in my hands, something is in my fingertips, whether it's an oil, whether it's a paste, something like that. So in this case, I'm using just a little bit of like a leave-in conditioner, and I'm going to gently start to comb through this curl set with my fingers. So this is just starting to bring some texture through. So I can already see that like my top layer fell flat, so I want to touch that up. But the front here, if we look at this from the front, this side looks great. This side's also going a little limp. So before I start pinning, I'm always going to, you know, comb out with either the brush or my fingers and then reassess any part of our set that needs a touch up really quick before we continue on. A good rule of thumb is that if you have something kind of falling out too, there is a good chance it's happening for more than one reason. So one could be that there wasn't enough setting spray. Two could be that you need some like finishing spray on the other end of it really quickly. Sometimes when people's hair is really blonde or desensitized or it's been curled a lot, it doesn't take curl well. So what I'm going to do is this Iron Shape 11, I'm going to really saturate this hair that fell out so that it will really want to take the shape change. So when we learned about bonds in beauty school, what we should have learned is that there are bonds that change with chemicals, there are bonds that change with heat, and then there's also those bonds that change wet to dry. So if we get the hair slightly damp, not soaking, but slightly damp with some product, and we do heat at the same time, now we will have a curl that takes really nicely. So this curl was super limp before. I'll show you again on the back section. And now I'm just gonna make sure I hit it with a little hairspray so it doesn't fall out on me again. So I'm using Forceful 23. Again, another Redken product. It has good hold to it. It also has humidity protection, which I think is really important, especially if you're in a humid area like us. Like in Illinois, the Midwest was what I was gonna say. It's humid all year round. Like obviously, cold air wicks moisture, but we fight a little bit of humidity all year round. So again, this back section that fell out, made sure I sprayed it down really, really well. And now going back through with my flat iron, turning it one direction, flipping, turning in the next direction. Yeah, I see somebody say some curls need moisture. There we go. So now I've got a good curl right back in there. I'm going to hit that with a little bit of hairspray. Another tip for hairspray that I think is important is if you spray down, that's good as a final spray to lay down flyaways. But if you're doing it while you're working, you're going to start to pull the hair down. So while you're working, spray up with your hairspray. Another rule of thumb is always just spray at least as far away from the head as the can is. That'll make sure that you don't get any like little wet spots on it. That again will kind of cause that dusty visual that sometimes you'll get while you're in the middle of an updo or a style. All right, so now I'm going to go through. I'm going to share this little knot with you. I love this knot. Let me see which side is going to be best for me to stand over here. So I'm going to do it twice for you because it's slightly involved. So if you've got a head nearby or something you can practice with, or even you could probably do it with your shoelaces. But 2 strings, if you've got a hoodie on, you can do it with your 2 hoodie strings. If you want to do it along with me, that'd be rad. So we're going to take this mannequin, which is Lydia. She's a pivot point head. She's Sam's special mannequin. She's great to color, great to cut, great to style. She's got nice length to her. But anyways, this is Lydia. So she's got quite a bit of layers. Her hair's not crazy long. So I'm going to take some pieces from this side of the head. If somebody had really long hair, you could pull these from the front. We're going to take them from the sides. I'm going to have 2 sections. The one section that's in my left hand, I'm going to loop it. So I'm going to create a loop, and the tail of it is going to come behind. So I'm going to create a loop, and I'm going to put my index finger and my middle finger through it. Then what I'm going to do is take the strand from the right side, and I'm going to place it between my two fingers. So let me see if I can get a little closer here so you can see even better. And now over here, I've got my thumb and my index finger, and I'm going to thread these through. So we're going to come up where the middle finger is. I'm going to go back down where my index finger is, and I'm going to pull those out. I'm going to get my little pinchers in there, and then I need to come back on the other side of this. So right now I've got two tails. I'm looped around my fingers, and I've got my little pinchers here. So this was the original tail. This was the tail that laid over top. So this one's going to come behind, where you can like flip like that, and I'm going to grab it. So I'm going to do this one more time for you so you can see it and pull it through. And then what we're going to get is this little, it's called a Josephine knot. It mimics like a Celtic knot. It looks pretty similar to in the hair. So it's this fun little knot. So let's do that one more time. So if you've got something with you, like I said, like the strings to your hoodie or maybe your shoelaces, let's do it together. So in our left hand, or I would say your non-dominant hand, you're going to create a loop with the tail coming behind, and then place your index and middle finger of that hand through it. Then this strand on your right hand side, you're going to lay in between those two fingers. So you've got a tail here, you've got your original tail, you've got your new tail. I can take your little pinchers, pinch, pinch, pinch. You're going to come up where the middle finger is, down where the index finger is, and then back up behind your twist. So your twist is underneath. So I'm coming up through, pinchers, down through the other spot, and then up through the back. So it should look like this. Then this tail is going to travel underneath the other one, and we're going to pull it through. And then you should be able to just slowly start to pull the edges of that and place it, get it into place. Another thing here is like if you needed a little bit of pomade is helpful sometimes to get these hairs to go together. And then I would reach behind it and just kind of clean up any hairs that you don't want incorporated in here. So now you've got this. This, it looks really nice. Pardon me, like if you're taking pictures of your work on Instagram, this is a really nice, fun little knot to just like play up a color that you're doing or something like that. I like, Susie said macrame. This is also a knot in macrame, yes. So here it is close up. I also have this knot posted on my Instagram. So I see someone's like, it's so confusing. It is. It takes a couple goes. It took me a couple goes to get it. But once you get the hang of it, it's a really, really fun knot to do. So I've got a video up on my Instagram where you can watch it again if you would like. So now what I'm going to do is, since we pulled that hair from the back so that we had enough length, we're going to go and twist some of these front pieces back and create just a little half updo. Another thing that I like about this knot is it holds itself into place. So you don't have to do a whole lot with it. If you want to, you can stitch a pin behind it, but it'll hold itself into place. So again, talking about, you know, twisting hair, sewing hair, I'm going to grab a piece in the front and I'm going to create a twist on the way back. So if I've got a strand in my left hand, a strand in my right hand, I've taken a vertical section here that I'm going to twist and pull back. I'm going to split this into two. The piece that's in my left hand is never going to twist. The piece that's in my right hand or on the bottom will always twist. So this bottom strand, I'm going to twist once, and then we're going to wrap it over. Now I've got switching hands. I'm going to twist the one in my right hand, wrap it over top, switch hands. Twist the one in my right hand, wrap it over top, switch to the hands. So we're going to continue that through. And what that twisting one and keeping the top stationary until it wraps will do is it'll keep this twist all together. So if I let go, it holds on to itself. So you can see I can let go and it's not coming back off. So now what I'm going to do is just hold the ends. I'm going to give a couple little pulls throughout this twist to build in a little bit more texture to the twist. If you need a little hairspray during this part, definitely spray in some hairspray. And I'm just going to go ahead and pin this right under my knot.
Love that, Twylla. How important is it which direction that second strand is twisting? Does it need to twist the opposite way, or is it okay if it goes the same way?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. The first strand, thank you, Anna. So I'm going to take a new section. I'll do it for you one more time. The strand that I have in my right hand, it's going to turn up and wrap to the left over. So when it gets its twist always needs to go in the opposite way. So then it'll wrap over. And once we switch hands, this is going to twist to the right, and then it'll wrap over on the left. So it does need to twist the opposite way so that it holds itself in place. And you just need one twist. You don't have to do twist, twist, twist. One little twist, wrap it over. One little twist, wrap it over. And I am going to give this one a little hairspray, so I've got a little more to pull on here. And then I am going to continue this same technique on the other side to finish this updo until I feel like we've got enough little textures, the little weaves going on in here to make it look good.
So beautiful. Cindy, I see your question or statement. It's difficult creating fullness in fine hair in updos, and I completely agree. Being a fine-haired lady myself, but Samvia texture iron is going to be your best friend, and I use some of that through this crown here. So you're going to see how easy that helps me in creating fullness when I go through this stitch now and have a little bit of fun with creating the volume. So here is that stitch up close for you. And you can see, if you were to look at a top stitch on a piece of clothing, that's exactly what that's going to look like. This is a little bit larger version so that you guys can really see. But if you take a tinier section when you're working this stitch through, or even a thin piece of cord like this gold cord, that'll really accentuate the stitch pattern. But I wanted to make sure you guys could see this today. So this is it just in its down state, and something that you can easily give your guests. That's just a really kind of glamorous wave with this fine detail across the back. So you can leave it just like that if you'd like. We secured the 2 strands with a hair tie, and then that just tucks, and you can pin that down so that it's hidden a little bit more. But we're going to move the style to this section, so it's going to get hidden anyways. But I noticed that we're both working with the same amount of strands today in our looks that we're creating. And if you know how many strands we're working with, type it in the box and let's see who is with us in our look. So I used how many strands to create this top stitch, and how many strands is Twylla using to create her knots? Write it in the box or in the comments. All right, so I'm going to just loosely gather this, and you can see that wave set is giving me this nice direction down here, and I'm going to just work with that. So in my hand, I'm going to take this hair right about here where that crescent is happening. 2, yes, all right, everyone got it. You're all paying attention, it's great. We're here for you guys, so we wanna make sure you get something wonderful out of this class, and we have so many amazing artists coming today to join us. So we are going to gather this hair right here, and we are going to just hold that, and then we're going to just twist up. And so do you see how our rows from our pleats that we've created are all just lined up like that? Before I secure this though, I'm going to go back through here, and I'm going to show you how to create the volume. So I'm going to move her up a little bit closer so you can see. So if you wanted to create volume through the crown now, you have created all of these pleats. So everywhere there's this stitch, there's a pleat, and you're going to just gather that and pull that hair up and out. Look at that volume right there. And this is all by design of what you think is beautiful or what your client is needing on how much you pull out through here. And remember to always look from the front view too. So I don't want this side, well, I'm all confused on the mirrors. Here we go. This side to bow out too much. I just want a little bit towards that back area. So I'm gonna go through each pleat and I'm just going to pinch and pull. We're seeing pinching and pulling almost in every upstyle. Would you agree? So here's a great way to just really make that pinch and pull even more. And you can, because it's secured down here, you can really go to town and create so much volume. But what I did is there's the texture iron underneath this surface. So that's giving me a lot of lift and volume as well as grip. And so I'm just going through, pinching and pulling. And with each pleat, there's like a defined section there. I'm gonna pull off to that side. So just taking a look at your work, and then I'll show you how we're gonna iron our pleats when the look is complete. But first you wanna get your volume here through this crown. And you see that texture in there a little bit. It's so subtle, but so powerful. So there's the amount of volume that I'm liking for this look right now. Now we're gonna move to the second step of this in getting this hair to all move up into a very easy and elegant up style. And one I'm sure that you have not seen possibly yet. But what I love about this is a little bit of asymmetry. So we have this angled slightly. And what we have in the front is all the hair hanging on that one side with the big, beautiful glam waves. So I'm going to take this hair, I'm going to find out how far up I would like this. And I'm going to, at that point where I'm holding that hair, I'm going to just help myself out here and grab an elastic. And that's going to help secure that so I don't have to worry about pinning all of this hair in. I'm just going to pin where that elastic is. So that's going to help a lot. And just tuck those ends in like that. And then twisting under, rolling under and up. Now where my hand is holding, that's where I'm going to pin. So I'm going to start with a large hairpin. And you see this? There we go. All right. And my finger, I'm going to scoot her a little closer for you, is just holding that in right where that hair elastic was, where we secured our 2-stitch braid. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to weave, 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 and just slide that in there. So it's like that, but it needs a little bit more to be more secure. So I'm gonna now go in with my grips. So that first hairpin is really to just get that in place, and then you could go in after and make it more secure with a few bobby pins. Let me get this, and then I'll show you how to finish that. You can even leave some hair hanging out if you'd like, down like some curls. You could pull some of these strands out, and that's really beautiful as well. But that's how that's looking over here. On this side, we're going to place her hair accessory. So you could make this a really smooth twist and not need an accessory, or what I'm gonna do is just go in with one of these rhinestone pins here, and I'm going to go up and then down. And I'm going to place a couple more. And that's just that beautiful accent piece for her style. So now here's our pleats on the bottom. And I'm just going to define those a little bit more by going in with our Sambia Sleeker. So we're gonna iron the pleats. Let's see how we're doing here. Is my iron still warm? These are fantastic because they will keep your house from burning down, or the salon. They automatically shut off after 60 minutes, which is a lifesaver. And it has saved my booty so many times from having to drive all the way back to the salon or to home. So I'm going to use the ruby red sleeker, and I'm going to have it on the color treated setting to protect her hair. And we're going to go in and we're just going to define and carve these pleats and just make them a little bit more pronounced. So I'm going to first spray a little bit of Fashion Works on. This is a very light, workable hairspray, and just a little bit of that. And then now I'm going to go through where my pleats are, and I'm going to just use the iron to slide down those pleats. What you'll start to see is a really strong definition. Where those pleats are. Yes, a very easy style to create, but it looks a little bit more complicated, right? But this can be done so quickly once you get that stitch down. Remember, just practicing is going to help you learn this so much faster. So I'm just using the plates of the iron to sandwich that pleat in there. And because this is nice and rounded, it gives like a little bit of a valley, a soft valley in between those pleats. And then down through here, I'm just going to do the same thing. And just between each pleat, slide that iron. You can see that really kind of come to life now. Otherwise, it's fine. You could just leave it how it is. It'll just be softer rows of that pleat. But I love taking it up just a little bit, creating a little bit of edge. And like Twylla said earlier in the show, giving them something a little bit different than what they would do on themselves, right? They've all learned on YouTube how to pinch and pull and how to create volume. But now we can really like offer them something a little bit different. So there you could see that really come to life. And then from the front, we have this just beautiful wave on the side here. And of course, I'm going to iron in some of that. So I'm just going to use my fingers and just kind of lift this hair a little bit. And then I'm going to go in with my iron and just accentuate that. So you see what that did there? And we're going to go through and just create a little bit more of a pleat here, a little bit of a row. Using my fingers to wiggle that hair up a little bit, and then just going in with the iron. So you could see how that starts to make your waves through that crown, and a little bit more volume there start to stand out. How's it going over there, Twylla?
It's going good. I'm just making some finishing touches. I love how easy your looks, like I like that someone said, everything looks complicated, but it's so easy. I think that's so like your brand, and I love that.
Oh. Keep it
So
simple.
I've pinned back this side here so you can see, make my gal just a little bit taller there. Here you go. So you can see this double waver. Like I just love the texture the double waver gets through here. We've got everything twisted back through here. So our little knot is sitting right there on top, and it just gives something like unique looking to the updo. And then everything twisted back gives that nice soft finish to it. And then I just went in and sewed some pins in. So talking about how we were kind of sewing hair and treating hair like a fabric, I'm taking some hairpins and bobby pins here and there and sticking them up through these twists and sewing back and forth. So taking it back and forth, and then pushing that through just to start to incorporate those twists together a little bit more and get some different looks out of it. So I've been taking my hairpins and doing that. I love Anna's. That was like the first time I ever saw that tip, Anna, was from you with the ruby red, or with the flat. I think it was the ruby red collection that we did. But with the flat iron, like flat ironing the pleats in. I was like, what? When I first saw it, I'm like, that makes so much sense. I've never been able to get those pleats like people get in pictures. So I was doing the same thing through here, going through and flat ironing in some of my pleats to get them to stick out a little bit more. And then just making finishing touches. So on the ends of the hair, like going in with some shine spray again. In this case, like we have this boho. We want it to be a little bit lived in, a little bit messy, but still polished. So at the end, I'm just taking some shine spray, again, my shine flash, spraying it on the ends of the hair, and then touching up anything that needs to be touched up. So, you know, doing a little bit, just combing through with my fingers, giving things some twirls to incorporate them together. And when necessary, taking an iron to it and touching up anything that needs to be touched up. But I love that both of these looks, like I'm thinking about, I've got some weddings coming up next year. I had retired, but I'm going back at it. And how quickly, you know, when you know these types of things, like what we're showing you, just quick little tips and tricks, how quickly you can bang out a party or do something in the salon, or even like an add-on service at the end of someone's
Oh yeah.
color or cut, you know? So I'm always thinking like, how can we take stuff to the next level? How can we make a client feel special? How can we make our Instagram look different than just waves? Right? So I love even your little twist. That would be something that you could get the hang of and do really quick in the salon, going through and doing some different curl patterns so that at least you have some different types of waves. So here's our final look here.
Love it. So beautiful, Twylla. I got to practice that. And like she said, working with a couple cords, your shoelaces or sweatshirt ties, is so easy. And we both gave you 2 looks that you could create with 2 strands. So yeah, it makes it even easier. Just working with 2 strands is like such a breeze, right?
Yeah. Anybody can do 2 strands, right?
Yeah. But that looks so intricate what you did with 2 strands, you know. So I love it. Beautiful. And there's that up close.
I can't wait to do that on someone. Yours. I'm gonna do that on someone this week.
Nice. Yeah.
Get an updo.
Send me some pictures.
I will. Everyone send us pictures.
Yes, please show us what you guys are creating. And we have so many amazing artists today. So I hope that everybody is going to stay tuned, because I will be watching. There's some of my favorite designers, stylists out there. So I'm excited.
Hey, I want to ask both of you just one last question. With, you know, we're entering into a season that there is a lot of styling and finishing. So what's a good tip on how to book for styling and finishing? Because that can be kind of tough.
Yeah. Well, I guess it just depends. In my case, you know, what system you're using for booking. Do they just automatically book online, or do they communicate through you? But I always want to know what I'm stepping into so that I'm prepared. So we always do a consultation, or if it's a bride, I always do a trial. And so that just really helps to make everything go smoothly. And just having like a stylist kit set up, that you have all of your things in there that you can easily pull that out for, hey, we do have a little bit of time and you are going out, let's create something, you know? Yeah. So that just helps you to add on that extra service so much easier if the time permits, and make them feel even more special. So
nice.
Yeah.
What about you, Twylla?
You said I coughed in the middle of your question. Sorry.
That's okay. I was just asking any tips for booking. Like how much time do you typically book for a styler finish like this?
Okay, that's what I thought. I would say like there's always little quick tips. So some of the little quick things we've given you, like if you're already curling somebody, it might only take you 15 minutes to pop in something a little bit extra for them. But I would say anywhere like at our salon, like the newer people are usually like up to an hour and a half for an updo, which is like enough time that they're not going to run into their next guest typically. But those of us that have been in the game a little bit longer, it's usually 45 minutes to an hour, like to be able to go through and make any touch-ups with the blow dry really quick, get your curl set in, and then pin quickly. So I think if you can work your way up to where you can do something really quick in 45 minutes, you can get a lot of bang for your buck.
Cool. Beautiful.
Practice.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you both so much, because that was a lot of information between the two, and that was really fun how we just kind of bounced back and forth, and it was really cool how so many of the things were complementary as well. I know that every time I think of upstyles, I just think complicated, and you both made this just feel super approachable, something that even someone like me that isn't great at upstyles, I could play with and be successful at. So thank you for that.
You can do it, Andrew.
All right. Well, we will see you both this week for more education.
Can't wait. See you Tuesday.
Awesome.
All right. See y'all. So much fun. Great way to start out our day. And guess what? We have our first winner of the chat giveaway, and it's going to be Cindy Stewart. Yay! Everyone clap for Cindy. Cindy, you won the 3-in-1 blow dry hot brush, and you won because you were interactive. You were staying present in the chat and asking great questions. So what we need you to do, Cindy, so we can send it out to you, is send your name, phone number, and your shipping address to info@samvia.com. It's info@samvia.com. And we'll leave a little comment for you so that you can get that information. So just a great way to start our day, and a reminder that we do have some awesome promotions going on today, and 10% of all of the sales are going back to the PBA Disaster Relief Fund. There's still a lot of people out there across the nation that are needing help, support. So PBA is doing that, and we want to support them. So head to the website, because we have 45% off all shears. That's like my discount, y'all. So yeah, if you need shears, you need to head to the website and pick up some shears. And we have 40% off all electrics, brushes, combs, and accessories. Plus, you can enter to win the Samvia and Pivot Point package you see on your screen there. And all you have to do is text the word giveaway to 888-812-1115. That's a lot of ones. But we'll make it simple. We'll make sure it's in the chat for you. So make sure to participate in the chat so you have an opportunity to win, just like Cindy Stewart just did. And please head to the website, help yourself, and help out the PBA Disaster Relief Fund. So let's get to more education, because I'm so excited, because our next guest is a blast. So much fun. Lisa is originally from Cuba. She's now based in Las Vegas. She's been a hairdresser for over 14 years. She is known for her vibrant colors. She's a curl expert, definitely an industry leader, because if you follow her on her social, you constantly see these incredible color transformations on highly textured hair. She's a brand ambassador for Redken and Mazzani, and she's the founder of Curls Forever Academy, which is really about taking texture education to a new level. So please, in the chat, let's welcome the super fun Lisa Carrillo.
Hi.
We're so excited to have you. Every time we have you on here, you just bring so much joy, so much happiness, and so much incredible education. So I'm going to turn you loose. I'll pop back in once in a while just to throw out some questions, but have some fun.
Thank you. Happy Sunday, everybody. I'm so beyond thrilled and excited to be teaching this Sunday for all of you guys some holidays, and of course, how to take care of texture hair, how to properly style it, And even if you are deciding to going out these holidays and your clients come and they have this kind of texture, you can have an idea how you can approach. I'm going to show you some tricks and tips for only doing, literally, guys, 10 bobby pins. I'm going to have 10 bobby pins, and with that, I'm going to create a bunch of different way of upstyling her hair for Christmas parties, New Year's, and anything fun like that. So before we're going to start, I want you to guys to look and admire her texture. It's so beautiful, right? It's amazing. It's out, it's defined. You can see all her curls and all of that. But at the same time, what are we doing to create a look, especially that is going to last, right? And it's going to have a lot of definition, hydration, and look good for days. So I always work on my clients when I'm at the salon, teaching them and educating them how to create the look at home. I feel it's important to make sure that your clients look good when they leave the salon, but at the same time, how they can look good a month from there, a week from when they leave the salon. It's important also that you always teach them how to take care of the hair, how make the hair to look the best all days at all times, right? We decide to show you what products to use to style curly hair, adding a lot of definition, just working on this quadrant. So I wash this quadrant, I put a lot of water, and I make sure that I comb through it with conditioner, or you can use a brush, depends how wide the curls are. So I always feel like if you use your fingers, when you brush through or comb through the curls, it's way better before you go with the brush. So normally what I would recommend for you guys is to wet your client's hair 100%, right? And then I want you to always be detangling, always using your fingers through the process of shampooing or conditioning the hair. You cannot wait until the very end after you move and manipulate all the texture to decide to start going through with the brush. It's going to be too late. You're going to end up finding the hair is going to be super tangled. So today also I'm going to show you how to properly diffuse curls, right? It's so much theories behind how to diffuse curls and what would be the best way. I want to be able to show you how I do it, especially to create as much volume and definition possible. So her hair is wet, but like I say, water always is going to be your best friend when it comes with curls. And always talking to my clients about how important hydration and moist is to the hair, right? I always say hydration is going to come from the inside out, right? Whatever you drink, whatever you eat, how good and clean your scalp is. Remember, this is going to be the dead part of the hair, and everything that getting all the nutrients and is alive is the hair that is inside, right? So when you adding moist, that means you adding proper products that are water-based solubles, and they're going to make those curls to revive, to be juicy, to be full, right? So, but you have to do a job at home. You have to drink water. You have to take care of yourself, right? So adding a lot of water to the curls, making sure that the water is sucking into the hair is going to be your beginning, right? I always tell my clients, and I want you to see her hair, you guys are already curly. You know, there is no magical product that is going to make your hair curly. You were born like that. The only thing is going to be magical is how much water is in your hair and how much hydration, how much moist your hair can hold in order to enhance those curls, right? So I want to make sure first the hair is 100% wet. Have to be soaking wet. Even if it's dripping, it will be fine. Don't get worried about that. And I like to use a leave-in conditioner. This one is from Masani. It's a leave-in conditioner. It's called 25 Miracle Milk. And the 25 Miracle Milk is basically a detangling spray. It's also going to help for you to pick and prime those curls, right? So you're going to prep. You're going to make sure the curls are saturated by some sort of leave-in cream or a spray. I like to push the product into the hair, right? So we all know curly hair, biggest complaint from all your clients are going to be frizz, right? And I always tell them, why do you think your hair is frizzy, right? So you don't have a surfer that is nice and smooth, and your surfer have movement, right? So your curls are moving, they turning, they're spinning, they have that much personality, right? So you can expect a surfer that is not smooth and flat and straight to not perform like that, right? So because there's so much movement, so much going on, you have to push the product into the hair. And that cuticle, guys, is a little raised. You know, the cuticle on curly hair is going to be a little raised, a little bit separated. It's different than straight hair. So you have to make sure that those products get in and they do the job. So after you apply the leave-in conditioner and you make sure that it's saturated pretty good, I'm going to also go with the Cocoa Dew. Cocoa Dew is another leave-in conditioner and refreshing spray too. Has so much hold. Has a little bit of hold, and of course, it's going to give you hydration. So I think after your hair is prep with all the two good foundation products, one water, right? And the second is going to be the leave-in conditioner spray or the Cocoa Dew. You can pick and choose. I would say Cocoa Dew would be a little lighter. It won't be as heavy. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to section my hair in a small sections. So I'm going to use the Zambia clips. And I'm going to now pick the product that is going to add hydration. But not only that is going to set her curls for success. Something that is going to give that memory, right? So I'm going to use just 1 pump of a Masani foam wrap. It's basically a mousse. And once again, I'm going to continue pump to pump, pushing the product in. You have to push the product in. I think the biggest problem is people just go really fast. They just put the product on the surface, the product didn't penetrate, and they continue and they want to diffuse. So if the product is not penetrate yet, or is not in the hair yet, when you diffuse, it's going to get really frizzy and it's going to separate those curls. So now what we do, we're going to set the curls, right? So setting the curls means using a second product that is going to give them hold and definition. So in this case, I picked the mousse, but there is a bunch of different gels that you can use depending the texture. There is so much information when it comes to understanding what to use for each texture, right? So not everybody needs the same thing, and you don't apply the same amount of product for everybody, right? So because her hair is pretty good, I already know, and it's absorbing the hydration that comes from the products and from her doing the good job at home. I'm just going to do it 1 pump. 1 pump is going to be enough. And I'm going to make sure that I close my hands when I'm applying and I'm pushing the product in. I know I'm repeating myself, but you better push the product in, guys. You cannot be just fast passing, open it with your fingers and think it's going to be okay. So after I feel the hair absorb all the products, that's when I go with the demon brush, right? So I'm going to go with the demon brush and I'm going to come from the bottom and from the top, and I'm going to let go those curls. Do you see that? So much definition. The curls are coming together. I always say they cannot connect between them as a family. You cannot manipulate curls the way you want it. You have to look the way they want to move and just basically help them to perform that way. Right? You cannot push the curls to do something different that they don't want to do. Like I say, has so much personality. You're going to end up having so much trouble, right?
Hey, Lisa. A question from Christina Matola asking, so massage the product into the hair. I'm guessing we probably want to be careful not to necessarily like scrub the hair. Like you're saying, more press it into the hair, right?
Yes, it basically pump. You close your palms. Normally, if I would be at the shampoo bowl doing this, I would go on this emotion. Cool. Right? And I just move all the way in. So I make sure that it's basically pushing through the hair. Now I'm coming from the bottom. You can do from the bottom too. I decided to go to the bottom so it's more open and visual for you guys. But this is basically what you get. The curls are going to separate. They're going to be defining themselves how they want it. And then after that, we can basically go ahead and diffuse. But basically, this is what we're getting. And now I'm gonna work on the last one. Yeah, some people basically decide to push the product in, or they can go with the fingers and separate. You can do that. In my case, I don't like to manipulate the curls too much. I like for the curls to get set first. I'm going to diffuse after, and I will manipulate them when the hair is 100% dry. I don't like to manipulate the curls when they're not 100% dry because I feel it creates a lot of frizz, guys. And frizz is literally just with us all the time. There is good frizz and there is bad frizz, right? So there is a good frizz that is created by the days after days from your wash day. And it's going to start separating the curls, but that is going to also give you a nice volume. But there is no way that you should let your client leave the salon with extremely frizzy hair. Because then when the days go by, she has to once again go ahead and re-wet the hair and restyle it. So this was my last section, guys. Everything now is with product and we ready to diffuse. So there is so many theories behind diffusing curly hair, how you should, how you shouldn't. I always tell my clients, direct heat is gonna be really damaging for your curls, right? So when you use a flat iron and it's just over 450, over 400 degrees, it's gonna be literally like putting your hair in a pan and fry it, or in the oven. So you shouldn't do that. But when we're using hot air, is basically setting those curls to success and to help them to last through the week, right? To the 3 days, to the 4 days, however it is, right? So in this case, I'm gonna use the Zambia blow dryer and diffuser, and I'm gonna go on the first for the speed and the lowest for the heat, right? So you have to make sure that it's not too hot, you don't need it too hot, and the speed, you should put it on the low, right? So if you are trying to speed the process up, what you're gonna create is a lot of frizz. So now, let's communicate on what would be the best way of doing it. I think, Mom, on that gray bag, we have those chopstick thing. Normally, what I like to do is to teach them to do it the way they would do it at home, right? So normally, they will go side, and then the other side, and they're gonna go side by side like this, right? When the hair is basically 60% dry, that's when they can go forward. This way, you're setting the curls in a way that is gonna be an amazing start, right? And after that, you can, of course, flip it forward and start manipulating the curls, but do not manipulate the curls too soon because you can create a lot of frizz. Is that okay? Okay, so this is another one that I love, love, love. I don't like to use my fingers to manipulate the curls, to open the curls, to touch the curls when they're wet. I feel, once again, it break the curls, it create frizz. So this one are from Color Track. They're basically chopstick. And you use them just to part and stuff like that. I like to use it to move the curls inside my diffuser. Let's do it. It's going to be a little loud, but I'm going to start talking to you guys and stopping in between so you can understand. So we're going to lean on one side. So you always tell your client to move on one side, and you're going to basically just it and just set the curls inside. You're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can move to another side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can move to another side, but you can tell I'm not moving the diffuser up and down. I'm not going crazy, nothing like that. I'm just picking the curls, setting, making sure all the ends are inside the diffuser, and I let go. I just hold in for 5 to 6 seconds, and I'm gonna move to the back, and you can move to the back and to the back. The back of your hair is dry, so I'm not gonna go there, but basically the chopstick help you to not go crazy with your hands and freezing the curls up. All the curls are inside. Now, there is so many theories when it comes with curls that I'm forming, the way her curls are forming. And clients, they have more of the wavy texture, right? If you're talking to somebody, they have more of the wavy texture, a little bit of crunching up, it will help to enhance those waves and create more definition and more volume. So always trying to start on the ends. So now you notice that I'm focusing more on the ends, right? And then when the ends are dry, I'm moving all the way up. And the reason why, the heat rise, right? So the top is getting some, if not all the one it needs, but you have to go little by little. With curly hair, you have to be really little by little in order to create the look that you want without compromising the curls, without freezing the curls up, and all of that fun.
Lisa, would you use this same technique if the texture formation was a little bit tighter?
I couldn't hear you because of the dryer, but if you can ask me again.
Yeah, so would you use this same technique if the curl formation was a little bit tighter?
That's such a good question. So normally, if I'm working with somebody, the texture is a little more coil, a little more tighter. So I do similar application, but I will sit them on those hooded dryers to let those curls to set there, you know, because the curls are already so formed and tight and a little more spiral. So if you use a diffuser, you might create a lot of shrinkage, you know. Sometimes they don't like that. They like, oh, it looks too short. I don't like it. I hate it. So that is just a right way to teach them to dry the hair. If they have to go out quick, they can sit under the dryer and just wait until the hair is completely dry, and then you can braid the curls and do all the fun stuff. But let's continue. We have a little more before we go. So now I'm making sure that all the ends are dry. And then I feel now the ends are a little more dry, but you can also tell how the top is also a little dry as well, right? So in the real life, of course, everything would be at the same, you know, with the same products and stuff like that. So pretty much at this level, when she's 50 to 60% dry, that's when I'm going to ask her to turn her hair forward, and we can just start creating volume on the roots. But also, always focus on the ends first. So you go all around the ends, making sure all the ends are 60% dry before you heat the base. So now we're gonna go a little forward, just like so. And I'm gonna that point, I'm gonna separate, making sure her curls are separated on the roots. And I can crunch them up a little bit. I know it's a small section that I'm drying because it will take a long time. It will take the whole time to dry her hair. That's why I picked just to do a quadrant. But like I say, it will take a lot of time. That's why when you specialize or you decide to do texture hair, guys, you have to charge differently. It's a different animal. It's a lot of work. Let me tell you, it's a lot of products. It's a lot of knowledge that you have to literally have as well in order to understand it. So now I feel it's almost dry. So now you can start using your fingers and separate the curls a little bit. Any more questions come to you guys, please ask.
If you can hear me.
You know, when it takes a long time to dry, that means her hair porosity is good. She's absorbing water really good. So it will take a little longer, but it's worth it. Because then she's going to have more definition for more days. She's going to have a beautiful bounce, nice looking curls. There was something else up there.
Yeah, so there was 2 questions kind of along the same line. One was asking, what are your thoughts about using, I've heard about using like a cotton t-shirt with curls. And then there was also a question, what do you think about the sponge technique, which I'm not familiar with what that is. I don't know if you are.
Okay, so basically what I like to use is the micro fiber towel to just crunch the hair and basically make sure that the frizz is not there, right? So sometimes if you rough or you use a towel like this one, it might be too much for the curls. So a t-shirt is good, or the microfiber towel is good. So the sponge, it would be basically a way of crunching the curls. Or I don't know, it might be referred to another technique, but it's a way of crunching the curls. And that, like I say, every single curl is different. Every single client is different. They have different needs. And you cannot determine what technique you're going to use until you start putting water into the hair, until you start applying products. That will allow you to understand what you can do for the client to improve the style, to help the style, right? So I never have one road for everybody. So I always manipulate the curls differently to create the a style that is best for them. Every single person has different needs and different way of basically styling the hair, understanding the curls. Also, the lifestyle matters, guys. Some people are extremely busy. Some people, they just work out every day or run. The hair sweats more. So you have to basically determine what product and what technique you're going to use depends on the lifestyle. I also believe that weather matters. I'm in Vegas. It's extremely dry. It's a desert. So here we use a lot of leave-in conditioner, a lot of spraying leave-in conditioner. It's like we use 2, 3 sometimes with one client, even before you put the final product that is going to set the curls. In order to add the hydration, then we set the curls. Now we're talking about Florida, for example, that is more humid. You will have to use a little more heavy gels in order to protect the curls from getting too frizzy due humidity, right? So you have to pick and choose what to do, depends your client. I would never recommend to be one thing fits all. But like I say, everybody's different and everybody has different needs, basically. So now all the curls are pretty much dry. They define. Another thing that you can recommend your clients is basically also to let the hair air dry. I let my hair air dry all the time. Why? Because I don't have time for diffusing. Some people lifestyle is like that. So you have to basically be able to teach them what to do and how to do it. So I basically let my hair air dry. Sometimes tends to be kind of flat to my head. So what I do when my hair is air drying, I spin around my head and I switch the part a little bit so I can create more volume. So there is so much information, guys. There is so much that I can talk about when it comes to styling and working with curls. But this is just a quick foundation for you to understand what to do, how to do it, what products are might be best. Always think hydration, moist, all of that is gonna create the perfect curls. They're gonna be juicy, bouncing, defined, and the only thing you need after that, it would be a product that can create memory for the curls. So now that I have it's pretty dry. Another thing that I can tell you that I like to do is just to let it cool off a little bit. Sometimes you have to let it cool off because you won't tell how much it needs to be done. So let's do a little bit forward. So I think in here is a little bit. So just gonna go there. But the ends are pretty dry, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start separating, making sure it's almost there. And another thing that you can do, if you're having clients that are suffering from thinning on the top, you're gonna start using the pick and separate the curls and dry it like that in a round motion. So that way you can create a lot of volume on top. But look at how much definition she has, right? The curls are really fresh in here compared with this side. That's what it takes when you do section by section, applying product number 1, product number 2, and all of that. So now, because I'm styling her hair and I want the hair to be big, I'm gonna move to the nozzle. And what I'm gonna do, I basically do this in most of my clients. I just gonna open and trying to find the roots, right? So on the roots, I'm gonna just bust it with the dryer just like that. So that's gonna separate the curls a little bit and create more volume. I won't do it on the ends, right? Because you don't want the ends to be too frizzy. So let's do it. So you separate like that. And you go through the whole head. Another thing that is extremely important is for you to pick a side, right? So when the hair is wet, you're gonna pick a side and you're gonna ask your client, what do you want to part your hair, right? Once again, you set in the hair when you put in the products and you start diffusing or have them under the dryer. So in this case, I'm gonna ask, okay, how you part your hair, where your hair is gonna be, right there when everything is wet. And you're diffusing, making sure that you set in the curls that way. After the curls are dry, I like to stick my fingers in just close to the scalp and I'm just gonna shake, shake, shake. And I'm gonna shake, shake, shake. Then I'm gonna utilize my pick. Sometimes when I'm looking for extra volume, what I do, I hairspray my pick and I just basically pick in and out, trying to feel that the pick is touching the scalp and in and out, touching the scalp in and out. If that makes sense. So you don't go crazy picking everywhere. And you can look down a little more. Yeah. So I'm gonna go deep in. Isn't she gorgeous? She had the best hair. Her hair was pretty dark. I think later on you guys gonna see the picture. And I did this color, guys, literally like in 30 minutes. There is so many ways for you to create dimension on the curls, adding some color. That will help a lot for definition and all of that. So now I'm gonna spray a little bit. So she came and she was part in the middle, right? So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna spray a little bit because I want kind of to stay this way. And I'm gonna go back again with the diffuser. And if you change the part, like anything, you should use a diffuser. So you can set the hair however you want. So many people on my social, or even when I go to a red carpet event, everybody's like, oh my God, I like the style. I like what you did, you know? And guys, like I say, I do everything with like 3 to 5, sometimes less bobby pins. This is have like a small bobby pin, and I have all my hair to the side, literally, like all this corner. So what you have to make sure before you start working on is just getting brand new ones that they're not stretched out or open or all of that, right? But now all the hair is forward. So I'm gonna start teaching you guys how to create, we can do even a moja that is super popular. I do it all the time. We can also do a side, all to the side. And then I'm gonna show you guys how to put all the hair up. Really nice, really cute. And she can go to a wedding like that, like I said, to a Christmas party, or even New Year's Eve, right? What do you guys think about the definition?
Sorry, but before you go into the other styles, how long would you typically book for like a full blow dry and finish like this? And you don't have to tell us exactly what you charge, but like how do you determine what to charge for this kind of service?
Yes, so I teach this a lot on Forever Cross Education, guys. I have a system in place, right? So I think everything on your business has to be created and based in a system. So I have a system in place where I have a specific amount of, basically, day goal, a specific amount of money that I have to make every single day, and I book myself accordingly. So I'm known for big transformations. I love new clients. I believe taking new clients is the best you can do for growing your business, be able to charge more, and all of that. So basically what I do, I book for a haircut 45 minutes, an hour. I'm not doing the whole process. So I have an amazing assistant that she take care of a lot of the styling. So basically what it is, I will do a color transformation. When that color is processing, I sit down and I take a touch up or a haircut. So a haircut, we have a finishing like this, of course. So the haircut, we start maybe, will take me 30 to 45 minutes. My client will leave and the assistant is the one in charge of styling and finishing. So I won't touch my client until the hair is 100% dry. So what I do, I open the hair, I cross-check my haircut, and I'm finishing and sending her home. So I would say it can take up to 2 hours, depending how much hair she has, how she came, but understanding the foundations of consultation, telling them how they have to come for the haircut, how they have to come for the color service, having everything in system in place, it will make your life way easier. It will make the appointment shorter, and everything will be super organized, right? So remember, it's your time. Time is money, right? So you have the most pressure thing on your life, that is time. And that, when it's gone, it cannot be taken away. So this morning I was talking to my assistant. I was like, she said, I really like that you work at 11, that you start working at 11. I'm like, I think working at 11 for me is amazing. I can prep myself. I can release all my toxins and everything when I work out, when I wake up and meditate, and then I get to the salon all refreshed. So you have to have a system in place that it works for you and your clients. And then by 5, 6 p.m., we're done, right? So my days are shorter, because this is not the only thing I do. I also work with brands. I teach education. I travel a lot. So I need to be minimizing my time and my offer that I put at work, right? So I have to make sure, okay, I'm working, but what am I doing? I have to be really intentional and picking and choosing what is best for me. I hope this was helpful for you. And like I say, there is so much information on my academy. And I, of course, would love for you guys to check it out and figure out what is best for you as well. So here, guys, I'm going to start, like I say, with the moja. So you guys can see, it can be also a half up, half down. Half up would be that I'm going to leave all the back. Or if I create the back and I pull it back, it will be more like a moja. So now another thing that I want to show you is I don't like to smooth the curls, because if you're changing or you don't like it, what are we doing? If you're working in a wedding or you're working to somebody's hair and you braid the curls or you brush the curls and then she's like, oh, no, I want this part down. You have to re-wet, you have to put products again, you have to do all of it again. So I'm going to show you how to not do that yet, right? Until maybe she's 100% sure. So basically, what I do normally, I pick the curls from the center of the hair and I'm going to clip them away. So they know the way. And I'm just going to add the second group of curls into the section. And literally what I'm doing is pulling all the curls up. I'm basically using the first bobby pin. Okay, maybe if I'm pulling your hair, just try to keep it straight. Yeah. Then, and keep going. And I'm going to find the second bobby pin and I'm going to put it on the opposite way. I'm going to go that way. But this is basically how easy it's going to be. And I'm going to let go. And I'm going to let go of the second one. And this is basically with 2 bobby pins. Now, I'm going to have a third one where the first and the second connect. So we have a first in here that went this way. We have a second that you're supposed basically by behind the ear, and I put it that way. And now the third one is going to connect those 2 on the middle so I can create more support on the top. Forget about what color is the bobby pins, guys. It's so much hair. Sometimes I have a bobby pin for a couple of days in my hair and I can't even find it. And then I'm washing my hair and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I just find one little guy over here. And I'm like, oh, okay. I found a little guy right there. So that's how it's going to look. Look at how much beautiful and how nice of a shape it is already. So I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. And then we can show you how to make it into the moha. So remember, you're going to pick the center of the curl because you see I have a lot of hair. So I don't want you to get overwhelmed and use one of the Zambia clips to control the curls a little bit. And the same thing back here, right? So that way I push some of the curls out of the way and I'm going to have 2 bobby pins, guys. Remember, 2 bobby pins only. So now when I'm picking the curls, remember, I'm not smoothing them with the brush. I'm not doing nothing like that because I want them to continue to be defined if I'm taking them down. So I'm going to open and I'm going to go this way. And just right behind the ear, I'm going to pick the next set of curls. And I'm going to go on the opposite side, and I go from the back to the front, like so. And then, like I say, when these 2 connect, I'm gonna put a third one, just like so. I want you to see that. So the third one goes here. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna release the clips. So this would be basically the half up, half down. You don't need much. You don't need to worry about it too. If you feel like I want to have it 100% secure, what you can do, you can keep adding more clips. I love to do this. You can even add a flower to the side. If, I don't know, you're going to something that might have flowers going on, it's a spring, I don't know. Just pick and choose something that is nice. So now what I'm doing, I'm basically separating the curls, I'm bringing them down. So now another thing that you can pick, you can see how nice the shape looks already, right? Another thing that you can pick is just basically having everything to the side as well, right? So let me just pick these curls to the side. And that means that she's going to have kind of like a side view on the half and down. just like so. Do you see that? So no, everything is forward. She can have just more like a side view. Another thing that you can do, guys, if you feel her hair is extremely long up front, what I do normally, I create just some fade bands, just applying or putting a bobby pin just right there, all across. And that way, you're creating a little more lift to just those bands, and also they're going to become a little shorter. You know, all of that is just depends your client's hair. What are you looking for? So now let's say she say, I love this. This is exactly what I want. So now what you can do, you can start picking more, making sure that the hair is just right in place. You can hairspray a little bit. You can do all of that to make it stay. But when you work with texture, that's the best, guys, because the texture literally is already created for you and the hair is going to stay wherever you put it, literally. Now, another thing that you can do, you can have those little detailing, little brush, and you can go around and detail her edges as well and smooth the side. She decide, I'm 100% sure that this is what I want. So I'm not going to do that because we're going to maybe bring the hair in a different way. But now I'm going to show you guys, if we're going to do a moja, how that's going to look like. So simple, super simple, guys. So it's already kind of half moja, right? So what I'm going to do, the last bobby pin was behind the ear. So I'm going to kind of go ahead and connect a third bobby pin just right with that one. And I'm going to try to just find the other one and cross it. So that way you create a lot of security right there. Like I say, I love to use the big ones. The big ones are my best friend. I love them so much. But this is basically what it's going to be like. So she's going to have more of that moja look. And the same thing I'm going to do to the other side. I'm going to show you guys. So basically the last one just right behind the ear is right there. I know it's hard to see, right? It's so much hair. You don't have to worry about hiding them or just like weaving them in. So now what I'm picking is just right below that. And I'm going to go ahead with the bobby pin and I'm going to cross them. So what I did, I crossed it with the last one. So that way it's super secure and she had that nice, beautiful moja. What do you think? It looks so good. So another thing that you can do, if the hair is extremely long, you can have extra bobby pins and just cross them in between all the shape. And that way, of course, you can have more control and the curls not going everywhere. But I really love this. I have done this so many million times. Like I love to do this kind of up style. I think it is really nice. And I think it looks really good on us too. So now I'm going to show you guys what I do if I want to bring it up, right? So I'm going to take this last one that I created moja with, these last two, and you can leave everything else right there. And now you're going to figure out, okay, how high I want it, how do I like this, you know, and just basically pick and choose if you want everything up, just like so, how you can do that. So sometimes I do those, I do the bobby pin with those hairbands, or another thing that I do love to do, especially if I'm working in a wedding, things like that, is to just use my needle and some clear, you won't be able to see it because it's extremely clear. And I'm just gonna sew the hair. So I'm gonna sew into the style so she doesn't have any bobby pins moving around, going crazy anywhere, and the style is gonna last. So when you're working with this, make sure that you tell her. The reason why is because if she doesn't know, and then she's trying to find it, she can cut her hair trying to find the string. But this one are super, there is not too much tension. So basically they can just separate them and just break them apart without using any shears. Don't ever use shears because it's going to be complicated. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to go up. Once again, you're going to help yourself using the clips so you can put in place the texture. So the texture is in place, so you don't have too much problems finding where the texture is going to be. And now you're going to have it from the last bobby pin. You're going to go in and out, in and out. And I'm going to put it in between. I don't have my glasses because I want to look cute. And now look at this. But you can see how there is more tension there, and you can keep going. I love to do this even with a straight hair. When you finish those curls and they're looking for more of that, how you call it? Those moha kind of looking for curls. This is super cute. But basically, you're setting the hair to success right there. So they won't move. And you can just keep going all around, in and out with the thread. Just go, basically, I'm going in and out into the texture. And then that way it's just set in place. And I'm going to keep going. And this way I'm going to meet my second. You want to look up? So this way you can tell she doesn't have nothing supporting, just the thread, and it's going to be super secure, right? So I finished on the left side on that last bobby pin. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to continue my thread on the other side so I secure it even more, right? So I went this way, and now I'm going to come back on the opposite way. So I'm going to come back, making sure that is secure. And I'm just gonna be in and out, weaving it in. You remember when you weave, when you're doing highlights, the same weaving you're doing with the needle.
Is that a special kind of thread, Lisa?
Yes, I can show it to you. Normally they have it clear for blondes, and you can get it at any store. I believe in a Walmart you can get this. Just make sure that are the ones that have a little bit of elasticity, right? I think they nylon, I believe, but it's mixed with something else. Just try it and make sure it has a little elasticity. And the needle also has elasticity. You see, they move to the hair. They won't literally, damage your scalp or anything like that. So perfect. So I'm going to finish on this side. So that's what I start. Even all, guys, you can tell, right? I put some of the Zambia clips in the hair and you can even see them. So now you can take them out, right? Anybody saw that? They disappear. It was magic, right? So let me just find it. Oh, what is the other one? Like, let me find the other one. So this way she can have everything up. There's another one over here. Basically, it was just helping me to have everything in place. But I want you guys to see. If you like it, just right before I finish. Another thing that you can do, if you want to bring more curls up, so this is the time. So you grab from here and you just wiggle it in, and you can grab some curls up without even, guys, you see that? So I grab some curls out without having any bobby pins, and you can sew the whole thing. I can put some up. Look at this, right? So I'm bringing it even more up. If you want to, you can do that as well. Or you can maybe be more to the side. Look at this. So I'm taking everything to the side. You can do that as well. And you can put like a beautiful bridal piece right here, right? So this is the ability of using this. Everything is going to disappear. Nobody's going to see it. And you have that updo all the way up, beautiful and aesthetic. So now let me show you how we're going to finish and lock this. As like I say, you can basically, you see how much stretch. So you tell your client to do that, or to use one of the shears. And basically, you're just gonna get the thread and you're gonna do a knot and just cut the ends. So I'm doing one. It's gonna be funny because I don't have my glasses. Let me use my glasses and not act like I see, because I don't see well. I just want to look cute. And then you can find the other one and you can just go ahead and do it again. And basically you can just cut right there, but you cannot even see it. Even if you don't cut it, you won't see it. But this is how you can push it up. I think there is some bridal little like flowers maybe I can put in here.
This is really fun. How is it for your clients to take this down? Is it hard, or they just kind of snip it? And
that's what I normally tell them, because it's kind of like has some elasticity. So normally I tell them just to pull them apart, trying to find them and pull them apart. And I normally let them know where the last section was, and they will find it and just tear it apart. Or even that you can stick your fingers in and just tear it apart. That's it. Because I feel like if you find the way of cutting it, somebody else should do it for you. You shouldn't do it yourself, because it's going to be kind of like tricky, right? I think there's like a little flowers too on them. Yeah, like a white ones. But you can also, yeah, just have it like that. Has some beautiful flowers to add as well. So these ones, right?
And I have to tell you, everyone loves your glasses, so rock them.
Okay. I rock them every single day. So I'm like, sometimes I just want to have different pictures and different, I don't know.
There is a couple of questions too with the thread. Have you ever noticed that it creates any damage to the hair or any potential for damage to the hair?
No, not at all. Because like I said, guys, it's stretch, right? So you just have some like literally stretch and return. Look at this. And you're not doing it really tight. You're just going and you're securing. You can even do the whole hairstyle with pins or the bobby pins, and you can secure it with that. And take some pins out. That way she's dancing and spinning around. The bobby pins are not flying away. Remember, we're talking about a lot of texture. So there is a lot of texture in here. You know, like I say, texture has a lot of personality, move in and out. You know, that's the thing. And sometimes, like I say, I have bobby pins that are stuck on my hair, and some of them, they basically, I don't know where to find them. So I think this is really securing for special clients that like to dance. Okie dokie, so this is it, guys. This will be how it looks all the way up. And like I say, you can decide if you want to smooth the curls all around. You can do that. You can use the detailed little brush. And of course, more than welcome to do it. The reason I didn't do it, because I want the curls to move for me to continue with showing you guys basically the rest. This is so much fun. Yeah, I might get something like this.
So much fun, and people are just going crazy over it in the chats. I don't know if you're seeing the chats, but people are just absolutely in love with this and the shape. We do have that before picture. I want to show them that before picture.
Yes.
And this gives you an idea of the products that she used as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all the products. Like I say, always prep the hair before and make sure consultation. Consultation is the key to success. You know, consultation is that right communication that you need for your clients to understand the hair and for you to perform your job. You know, I feel clients that have curly hair, they are emotional compromise with some of the past issues of walking on the school and be the only person looking like that and get maybe some kids bullying on them, or maybe the mom was like, put that hair back, I don't even know how to do your hair. Like they come in with so much sensitivity that if you take the time to sit down and listen and resolve the problems and the issues, they're going to love you forever. They're going to be there for you. And of course, it's like I say, you become somebody special for them. Somebody that can understand the hair, educate them. Always think on educating your clients. There is no a thing that I do behind the shed. There is no education. I don't know because I'm always teaching, but I feel that I'm always educating them, telling them what to do, and they love it. They're like, oh my God, nobody had ever told me this. I didn't even know that my hair can do this or do that. So always feel the hair, never promise an order delivery, always trying to go step by step. Every curly hair is different. Don't try to find just only one answer for all your questions. You have to get education. You have to go up there to reach for that and learn how to identify, how to dedicate to each client differently. But when you get that, this is all you need. You don't need nothing else.
Absolutely. And speaking of education, tell us a little bit about your academy.
Oh my goodness. This has been a dream come true, guys. The academy is going to be in Las Vegas. For the past 6 years, I've been traveling. I've been away from my family so much, trying to educate, trying to send the message of be more inclusive, to be more a diverse hairstylist. I think we all have two hands. We all can do texture hair, and it's better for them. All clients should come to the salon and feel comfortable sitting on your chair and you having the knowledge. I remember I didn't have this many classes back in the days when I tried to figure out my hair or even curly hair. And the education is going to be divided by two different set of certifications. You basically can come and certificate just color, or you can come and get certifications only on cut and styling, or you can do all, but I break it down for you in 4 different days, full on from 9 in the morning to 5 p.m., hands-on, a strong education for you to get all the knowledge you need to understand texture hair, all texture type, basically.
Beautiful. So fantastic. I want to bring in our friend Kailani. Hi, Kailani.
Hi, Lisa. Good to see you.
Good to see you, beautiful. Nice to talk to you.
I know you too.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I know it's been a while. And of course, always an awesome class with you. I love the results, both results actually. And of course, the blow drying techniques. Oh my gosh. Everybody can use a little here and there on how to blow dry textured hair. So I'm so glad you brought that to everyone's attention.
Yeah. What was one of your big takeaways, Kailani?
I mean, everything. I always pick up some little bit of everything. It doesn't matter how often I take a class, or if I take a class over and over again, there's always like a little gem or a little nugget of information that I always get. And it's just always so exciting to be able to do that. So I do texture hair as well. But, getting a little tweak or another little hint or something like that is always helpful.
Awesome. Lisa, thank you so very much, because I hope you do go back and look at the chats and the comments, because you have just rocked people's world with the styling and the finishing, and watching that hair transform at the end from this shape to then this shape and now this shape. It was brilliant. It was so much fun.
The shapes were beautiful.
I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad for having the opportunity to connect with more people and show them my message, my passion. And I just want always make them feel curly hair is easy to do. So that's why I want to pick today. I was just telling my assistant, look, there is 2 bobby pins left. I was like, I only need 10. I'm going to make them believe that you don't need much. When you follow the rules, you understand that better you're going to get at it, and anybody can do it. We all can do it. We all have 2 hands. We're professionals. We all hairstylists, and we should be welcoming every single person in your share. Everybody deserves an opportunity to feel beautiful and look good, no matter how they look on the outside or how the hair feels or the texture represent them.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much. And everyone, please head over and follow Lisa for more education. Check out her academy. And we'll see you very soon, Lisa.
Thank you. Happy Sunday. Bye.
Bye, Lisa.
Oh, that was awesome. So exciting. And she just has such a fun personality, right?
She does. I absolutely love it. And I love how everybody was engaging in the chat. She's like, oh, I don't like to wear my glasses, but her glasses are fabulous. So.
Absolutely. So as you guys know, we love to give away things. And so to reward some of you for the just awesome interaction you're providing in the chats, we want to give away some more tools. So drum roll. And today for this segment, we have Kelly. I'm going to say Majid. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce your last name. Please apologize if it's not correct. You win the 2-in-1 Marcel iron. So Kelly, go ahead and send your name, shipping address, and phone number to info@samvia.com, and we will send that right out for you. So if you want to win on the next segment, make sure to stay in those chats and keep those chats alive. So next, Kailani, we have a great guest because part of what we're doing today is also giving 10% of our proceeds to the PBA Disaster Relief Fund. And so to help us with understanding a little bit more of where this money is going and what's important about this Disaster Relief Fund, we want to bring in our friend Leslie Perry. She is the Education and Training Manager for the PBA. So please, everyone, let's welcome Leslie Perry.
Hi, Leslie. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you so much for having me today. It's such an honor to be here.
Absolutely. We're happy to have you. So yeah, please tell us a little bit about the PBA and what we're doing with the Disaster Relief Fund.
Yeah, well, I'll start with PBA. So if you're not familiar with us, we are the largest association for the professional beauty industry here in the United States. We are here to advocate on behalf of our industry, on behalf of everything that we do. For our beauty professionals, we provide a lot of education and massive resources to help all of you thrive in what you're doing every day. Whether you're an independent or you're a salon owner or a manufacturer, educator, whatever part of the industry you are working in, the PBA has resources for you, and we're here to help you and guide you. I like to think of what we do at PBA as that when you have a question about something, I need a business plan, or where would I find this? Or I really could use this to help me with what I'm doing in the industry. Think of PBA first, start with PBA, because more often than not, we have the resources to help you or can point you in the right direction. So I would love for all of you, if you're not already a member, not familiar with us, you can check out more on our website at probeauty.org. And we also produce the upcoming International Salon and Spa Expo in Long Beach, California at the end of January. We would love to see you there. So hopefully you can go check us out and come visit us in person in Long Beach, California. So as Andrew mentioned, one of the other things that we do at PBA through our foundation is provide resources for professionals through grants and also scholarship opportunities. And today we're so grateful to Samvia and everyone and those of you making purchases today, because part of those purchases are going to the Disaster Relief Fund. And this is something that is probably one of the things that you don't think about or maybe don't even know about until you need it. It's, let's say there's a flood or a fire or hurricane, any type of natural disaster, and it affects your ability to work in the salon or in your spa. You can apply for funding to the Disaster Relief Fund through PBA, and we're able to help you because of generous donations like those coming in today from Samvia and others across the industry to help support you and give you all of those resources that you need to get you back on your feet, help you get through those tough times. Excuse me. So we really just are so grateful, and thank you again to Samvia and all of you participating today. We're just so grateful of the support, and we are so proud to see the industry that we all love thriving and coming back stronger than ever. So with that, Andrew, I'm going to turn it back over to you. So I know there's like some more amazing education coming up. I just got to catch the tail end of Lesa, and it was just, yeah, fantastic. I know that all the artists that you have on these are just incredible. So kudos to you all at Samvia for doing this throughout the pandemic and continuing this amazing education as a resource for our professionals.
Absolutely. And just from all of us here at Samvia, thank you to the PBA and everyone there for what you do for our industry. And thank you for the partnership and support that you always provide to our educational platform. So we definitely could not do it without you.
Same. Yes. Yes. We're better together for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Leslie.
Thank you, Andrew. Take care. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye-bye. I love the partnerships. I love the community that we create, and we're going to continue that community with our next guest. Her name is Angela Cataneo. I probably don't really have to do much intro because y'all probably know who she is, but she is the founder and CEO of Beyond the Ponytail and BTP Society. And she's been a hairdresser for over 22 years, an independent educator that has been sharing styling classes across the country. And she has a real devotion to the bridal industry. She's been supporting bridal stylists through the BTP Society for many years now, and they recently launched a global wedding stylist directory. How cool is that? So if you're a bridal stylist, you need support, this is the woman that you need to connect with. So please, in the chat, let's welcome our good friend, Angela Cataneo.
Hi, Andrew. Hello. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for that wonderful intro. I love the community that we are a part of, and it's so important. And so I'm thrilled to be able to be on this platform with you because I've watched you for so long, educating so many. You're so fantastic at what you do. So kudos to you as well. But yeah, it's been an amazing ride developing this community beyond the ponytail and uplifting artists from all over the world, and really having a platform to showcase braids and updos, which are my favorite, and just elevating artists from around the world. So it's my passion, it's my purpose, and it's just been a joy this whole ride so far. And we have so many, plans for the future and what's coming in 2022. But I really have discovered my passion for supporting the wedding hairstylist. They work so hard, and their work and passion needs to be recognized. So with that, I started BTP Society, which is my passion project as well, and really just devoting my energy and time to developing this wedding hairstylist directory that's global, so brides can connect with their stylists in the area around the world. So it's what I love to do, and my passion is styling. I've been doing, working behind the chair for over 22 years, but my love is styling. And so I'm just thrilled to be here and to share a look that is something that I've absolutely have a passion for, which is alternative braids. So what I've been loving to do is traveling around the country teaching intricate braids, and really elevating looks that we do as bridal hairstylists. So with that, I'm so excited. So what I'm going to share with you today is, as a bridal hairstylist, we all know that there are looks that we do often, which it could be a half up, half down, or a messy bun. And so what I've noticed is, as well doing stylist and bridal parties around the country, is we kind of get into the same mode of doing the half up, half downs. They have braids. We know all of the bridesmaids are wanting to add a braid. So what I felt like when I was doing these styles was, let's kind of kick it up a notch. Let's do something a little different. And for my love of alternative braids, I really kind of got into wanting to educate bridal hairstylists to kind of do looks that are a little bit elevated, a little bit different than what we normally do on bridal parties, with the braids that are a Dutch braid or a fishtail. So one of my favorite looks, and this is a look of a braid that kind of took Instagram by storm, but it was the diamond infinity braid. And so what I have for you here is this is a very, you've got your typical boho half up, half down, but what we normally see is maybe a braid going this way or a twist going this way. So I thought, how fun if we can really dive into doing alternative braids and make it for special occasions, make it for bridal parties, just to do something a little different, just to really pique our interest, to push ourselves to create looks that are going to stand out in the crowd, or just as us being creatives, really push us to do something a little different. And so I'm really passionate about alternative braids for half up looks. And today what we're going to do is I'm going to share with you ways to prep this crown area with a texture iron, which is fantastic. I know that if you are a bridal hairstylist or a hairstylist, one of the tools that definitely need to be in your toolkit is the texture iron. So here I have Sam's texture iron, which is fantastic. What that does is it's going to plump up the hair. It's going to increase the volume of that strand. And so when you get to the part of detailing and adding volume, the work is so much less because you've already gone in there and prepped that hair. So I'm going to demonstrate for you what that looks like. And then ways to curl it and add lots of volume. You can do a wrap wave, or what I love is Sam's 2-in-1 is so valuable because you can do the barrel curls, which add a little bit more of a romantic look. And you can take this off and do a wrap curl, which is going to give you more of a beachy wave. So I thought it was brilliant when we discovered the 2-in-1 Marcel. So kudos to who won it last hour, because this is really going to be a fantastic addition to your toolkit. Okay, so we've got this look, but what I wanted to show you first is how you can prep that hair. And this goes for all styling, all special occasion styling. What you can do, I'm going to move my chair out here, is what I like to do. I'm going to put that and see if you guys can see that okay. There's two looks. What I've done is I've sectioned out this bottom area and I sectioned the top area. Now, when you're going to prepare to do a half up, half down, or any style, what I like to do, depending on how she comes into your chair, how your guest is, how your bridal party, how your bride, look at the texture of her hair. What type of fabric is going to be sitting in your chair? And then that will determine how you're going to prep it. Most of the time, what I found out is the guests that come into your chair, their hair is going to be fine. It's going to be really soft. It's going to be silky. So knowing that we want to go in and create a look that is maybe boho, half up, lots of volume, with the inspiration that she sends you, one of the things to definitely take into consideration is going in with that texture iron in the crown area and really changing the fabric of the hair from a silk to maybe like a cotton. So I always use this analogy of most of the clients come into you with a silk fabric for their hair, and we want to change that texture. We want to change what they come in with, the hair texture, to be more pliable to the styles that we want to look. So you can go in with a volume spray and spray it on dry hair. That will create texture. An easy way, and the way that I see a lot, is we go in with a texture iron. So I'm going to show you here. So I've sectioned out the top section. And what we're going to do is basically the whole top section, I'm going to show you some examples. The whole top section, what you would do is take this area here, go in with the Sandvier texture iron, and crimp, press, and crimp that area from here to here. Now, you would do that normally if you are going to be working on something where this is going to be curled. So if you're doing more a romantic look, something that is going to have some curls on the end, adding a texture iron and a crimp to this first section in the crown area is probably all you're going to need, unless you're doing something that's has braids and you really need to puff up that whole entire braid. Then you could take the iron and actually do the whole entire section or the whole entire head, depending on what look you want to do, because that's really going to change this fabric into something that has tons of volume that actually is easier to hold when you're braiding. So it really depends on your finished look. But if you're going more for a look where you need to curl the ends, then all you need to do is crimp the area right here that's closest to the scalp. maybe about 2.5 inches out, and then do that whole top section. The beauty about this is the crimping is very, very light. You really can't see it at all. So, you know, when you're doing a trial or you're practicing a look or what have you, this is something that your guest doesn't have to be afraid of the crimp showing through their style. Because of the ridges being so fine, it really just adds that extra layer of texture that is so important and so much fun to work with. So again, play with adding that texture to the crown area to really give you the volume that you need. It's so, so great. So what you would do is do that to the whole entire crown area. That's what I've done on my doll heads here for you. And then what I've done on the bottom is I separated this out just to show you 2 different styles of curling that I play around with in any type of down style. And then this would be done through the whole entire head. So I'm going to take this here. And that's what I love about the 2-in-1 iron is it gives you options of what type of curl that you can create. And a lot of times you see a beachy curl or you see a romantic curl. So if you were interested in doing more of a romantic curl, then I would definitely go into a barrel curl, which I would warm this up. Let's unlock this. Unlock that so you can So we've got a barrel curl for something a little bit more romantic. Leave that in there. And what I like to do is each section, you can curl this in 2 opposite directions. And what that does is it allows the curls to bounce off of each other so they don't come together in one separate curl at the bottom. So it's kind of fun. Leave that there. Or what you can do is we're going to lock this. We're going to take off that top, which I think is so brilliant. When I saw this come out, I was like, oh my gosh, that is the coolest thing ever. You know how much we love our tools. So this is going to give you more of a romantic finish on the look, or you can go in and do a wrap flat curl. So you would take the barrel now and smooth this out, wrap it flat. And then you're going to get a curl that's much softer and a little bit more of a relaxed wave. So when you're doing a half up, half down, depending on what the inspiration is, you're going to see something that maybe is a little bit more boho, where you're going to go in with a barrel and do a wrap curl. Or you might see something a little bit more romantic, which you can go in with the barrel and do more of a soft curl. So here you've got this curl here, these curls here, which are done with the barrel. And then these are done with the wand. A fun thing to do also is you can have one section down here that is a romantic curl. And then the next section up here, go in with a wand and do more of a wave, a beachy wave. And all those together are going to create just really interesting texture in that half up. And just play around with these different textures and these different irons throughout the entire head. It's a lot of fun. It adds a lot of interest. I think it makes the look very sexy, which we all want to do. But again, it's fun. So I would play around with how those look. This is going to give you soft and romantic over here. And then this is going to give you more of that beachy wave over here. So that's what I did here. I prepped the crown with the Samvir texture iron because that's where I'm going to create that volume, and I want to be able to pinch it up and really not have to work so hard to get the volume that I want. And then I went in and I did different types of barrels because I want a very interesting half up look that has lots of texture. So it just makes it a lot more interesting to, whoever's looking at you. So there. And I went ahead and prepped all that there. And this is what I've got here before we start the actual braid. Lots of texture, lots of volume at the top. So she is ready to go.
Hey, just a quick question, a few quick questions, actually. Number one, do you ever pin your curls to let them cool to set?
Absolutely. It really, like I said, it depends on the inspiration that the guest is bringing to you. Sometimes if I know that she's going to wear it down and she wants more of a soft romantic look, then I would definitely pin that curl because it's going to set that curl and really last longer. Or even have extensions put in. So sometimes these guests come in and they have these beautiful images of, big, sexy, beautiful hair. As the artist, you have to know, depending on who's sitting in your chair, most of the time that picture has extensions in there, or depending if it's a soft, beautiful wave, that is going to definitely require a lot of cooling. And so when you go in to set that curl, you would definitely want to pin those curls so they have a lot of time to set and last throughout the day.
Beautiful. And I believe it was the 1-inch iron that you were using.
Yeah, yes, this is the 1-inch. I think it's brilliant because as an artist, we pack so many things to go on location. So this just gives it the ease to be able to have, if you want to do different looks or different curl types within the look that you're doing, that this allows you to do that, and it's all in one. So I was thrilled to get my hands on one of these.
It is a cool tool, that's for sure. Thank you so much.
It's so cool. I know it's like a kid in a candy store. Like you get new tools and you're like, oh my gosh, this is Christmas. They also have a 1.5, so they have a bigger barrel as well. So again, it's just one of those things as an artist and knowing your aesthetics and what type of looks you're creating, play around with these tools. It's great to have a mannequin at home and just really play around with these looks, because as a bridal hairstylist or a hairstylist doing for special occasion and holiday hair, you never know what they're going to bring into you. So you really want to be prepared with that type of practice and repetition that you've done with all these different tools, so you know exactly what type of look they're going to be creating for. So yeah, it's fun. Like, get your hands on one of those because that is fun, as well as the texture iron. What I've learned in the last, probably year and 2 years as a bridal hairstylist is this is such a key to changing the fabric of that hair, because most of the time it's going to come in silky. And we all know doing a look and based on the inspiration that they bring you, that it's going to be almost impossible to recreate the looks that are brought to you for a special occasion. So this is something that I always go to first to volumize that root area and change it into a fabric more of like a cotton that is much more user-friendly, I'll say, to create the volume that you're looking for. It's really a lot of fun, and don't be afraid of the crimping effect to it, because it definitely is so light that when you brush it, it's just, it really almost like disappears into the hair. Or you can leave out a section here in the front for when you are brushing it all back, to have that top layer actually cover any type of crimping that might be showing if your guest is like really concerned with not having any of that crimp, but they'll love the volume. So again, it's a look to play around with. It's a tool to play around with. Once you get it in your toolkit and start working with it, hands down, it's going to be something that you go to all the time. So it's been kind of it's just been fun to work with. I love doing wedding parties. I love having the anticipation of who's going to sit in your chair and the inspiration that they're going to bring to you, and then figuring it all out, having that roadmap to get the end result, and having those techniques that you've mastered and the tools that you love to be able to, and as well as the products as well. You know, we've got volume powder now. We've got volume spray that we spray on dry hair and blow dry that in. We have texture spray. We have creams if it gets too frizzy. So there's so much to play with when it comes to really mastering a look that you love. So yeah, it's just about playing and discovering and creating and really mastering your technique. So with that said, I am going to share with you a alternative braid that I've absolutely have fallen in love with. And it kind of took Instagram by storm, being that I look at pictures and I look at accounts and pages all day long, every day, which I love. And I love discovering artists that maybe haven't been discovered before, or really learning. I mean, I've learned everything I've learned from all of our community and all of Beyond the Ponytails community. So it's been such a joy to get to know everybody and really focus in on styling, braiding, updos, and that whole niche of the industry. So I absolutely, and so did Instagram, fall in love with the diamond braid. And what I've learned with teaching braiding, which I think is a very challenging technique to teach, is to teach braiding with a mantra that you're going to tell your hands what to do every time. So as an educator of intricate braids, I've learned very quickly that to have a mantra that you say out loud to your hands when you're doing a braid, it really allows you to be successful quicker, to discover what type of motor skills you need to replicate this braid. So what we'll learn today is the mantra that I say when I do this braid. And if you have anywhere where you can write it down, what I'd say in my classes is, you know, write down this mantra when I'm not here, or when you try to go to replicate this. It's something that you can go back to, and then your brain will tell your hands what to do. Because you could be a hairstylist for 25 years and be a master at what you do, but learning a braid and holding hair and make it into a braid sometimes make you absolutely forget how to even hold hair. So this is a good way to have a mantra, have a way to master those motor skills that you need when you're learning a new braid, because it's very interesting, but braiding actually is very challenging. So I challenge all of you to step out of your comfort zone and learn a new braid. They're so much fun, obviously, since I just look at them all day long. But what I wanted to do first, and I'll sit down here, because sometimes it's easier to teach this sitting down, because I want to get where you can see my hands. So when you're starting and then some people call it the infinity diamond braid. I call it the diamond braid. We all know the infinity braid. But when you're starting the diamond braid, there's a couple things to keep in mind, because if you look at it, and I'll bring this here. If you look at this, you notice that in the diamond braid, it's going to be smaller here. It comes out to the side, and then it goes back in. And the cool thing is now you have all this volume here that you can play with. And then here is the texture that we've put in with the iron that we can pinch and pull once we're styling this braid. We're going to pinch and pull this up before we get too far down. Otherwise, that hair is hard to add that fullness. So you're going to have fullness. When you are designing this braid, the front is very custom. You could have some pieces of her, sorry, I'm like, why is she crooked? You could have some pieces of her hanging down. You could have all this coming back and having just her hair down on the sides. or you could have all of this going back. So when you start this braid, it's really good to have a consultation on what the expectations of what you want the front to look like. Most of the time, they will have a face framing, or they'll say, I want some hair down in the front. So that's where you would leave that hair out. And then another thing to always ask is, most of the time, nobody wants their ears to show. So when they are bringing to you a very boho look, you will notice that the sides will be pulled back and then there will be hair down on the sides. So these are things that, as an artist, when you want to recreate, to look for. How is the front? Are the ears showing? What is the design that she's looking for? And that will tell you how you can start this braid. Because if she wants everything back, then you would go from a reference point of the top of the eyes here, and then create a U shape to go all the way back. But what I've done is I like to have the hair down in the front, and I like to have the hair down on the sides. I think that's a very sexy boho look that we are, really used to seeing. And so to start this braid, I'm going to take my rat tail comb, and I'm going to do more of just kind of like a free-flowing U shape or an oval shape. So if you look at this, it's going to be just a shape like that. I have left the front out, and I've left this. It's probably about 2.5 inches wide. And what I'm doing is this right here is going to be brought back into the braid. And then I'm going to continue to do that until I have just enough hair over the ears. So I'm going to be working on a curve. Put this down here. So again, you can use your rat tail comb to section this out, or you can use your fingers to just section out like an oval section. And then what I like to do, because I feel like the beginning is very important, is have this come down to a V here. And we're going to be working with 3 strands. 2 of them will be your stationary, I call them poles, a left pole and a right pole. And then you're going to have a traveling strand that wraps around those 2 poles that make it the infinity. So in order to make it so the beginning is very small and then it comes out to wide and then back small again, we're going to have the same amount of hair added into the braid as we take away. So to begin, I would say to start it right here at the very top of the occipital. If you start up here, then that braid's going to sit more like this instead of like this. So be aware of where you start that braid and how it's going to sit on the head. What I've done before, because this is speaking from experience, is starting the braid a little bit too on top of the head. And so actually that diamond braid sits up here instead of having it back here, which is where visually we like to see it. And that's more something instead of here, we're going to have it here. So keep that in mind. Like, am I going down far enough in the braid? All right, so what I've discovered is that if I take this to a V, I can cross out, take that section, which is the very bottom of the V. So like that. And that's going to be the beginning of my traveling strand. So I'm going to put a little clip here just to hold that. And then I'll get here so I can see you guys. You can see my hands. All right, so now I've got the section up here. I have the bottom of the V here, which is going to be my starting strand, which is the traveling strand that wraps around the braid. I'm going to section this into 2. And then here's what you're going to hear me say a lot of. You're going to hear me say palm which is I'm going to hold this strand right here. That's a palm. And then you're going to hear me say pinch. I'm going to pinch the traveling strand. And then the other pole, which is going to be on your right side, is going underneath. So palm, pinch, underneath. And then you're going to add always to the underneath. So these are the things, this is the mantra that you say, that you tell your hands to do, because it's incredible. You can be doing hair for years and be a master at what you do, and all of a sudden you get a braid in front of you and you absolutely don't know how to hold hair. And it's a fascinating thing to watch. And so I believe, and I've seen it happen where people are like, there's no way I can do this. And I'm like, no, 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 you can do it. Just follow the mantra, tell your brain what you're doing, say it out loud enough that you have this repetition of being consistent on how to do this braid. So we've got palm, pinch, underneath. And what you're going to do is you're going to take the traveling strand and you're going to wrap that around the right pole. And again, I'm going to always use that pincher to hold. And then I'm going to palm the right side. I'm going to pinch. And then I'm going to wrap this around the left pole. So now you've taken that traveling strand, you've gone up and over the right pole, up and over the left pole. And then now that traveling strand is back in the center, and you're going to lift up to tighten. So whenever you feel like a braid is falling apart, a good rule of thumb is that strand that you're working with, if you stop and you lift up, it's going to tighten and it's going to really make it kind of come back together. I know with an infinity braid and the diamond infinity braid, it's definitely something that you have to be aware of, is if that braid is starting to fall apart, take this traveling strand and lift up, and it makes it very tight and at the top, which kind of saves the braid in some cases. So, okay, so here's the beauty. Now we're going to take this back and we're going to do the left pole is a palm, and we're going to pinch the center and we're going to go underneath. Now what we're going to do, and this is the repetition, is we're going to take a section on a curve and we're going to add to the underneath. And then we're going to take that traveling strand and go up and over, back to the center. You're going to take your other hand, you're going to palm the right pole, you're going to pinch the center, and then you're going to take the left pole and it goes underneath. And that usually is your middle finger. So I'll show you what that looks like up close. So that middle finger. Let me put this back down. And then, so you've got palm, pinch, and then middle finger underneath to hold the other strand. And as you go and add to this diamond braid, keep in mind that you're going to want to pull this area up here that was textured with Sam's texture iron to create that volume. Because if you don't do this in the beginning, once you get down to the bottom, it's a little bit harder to pull that hair that's all through the intricate braid. So we're going to take a round section on a curve. We're going to add it to the bottom. See how I've added that to the hair on the bottom. And then we're going to take that center strand and we're going to wrap it around. And it goes back to the center. So you got a palm, a pinch, and now this is in the center. So what happens though is that traveling strand starts to run out of hair, which is totally fine. That happens in a lot of different braids. So what you do is you take hair from underneath one of the poles and you just continually add to the traveling strand as you run out of hair. And I can do that on this one. So I'm going to go underneath. I'm going to take a pinch of that pole. I'm going to now palm that pole again. Now I've got the center strand. We have, if it ever gets a little messy, just stop what you're doing, go back to your hand positions, and then twist that center so it stays nice and clean. So now you've got palm, you're pinching the center, you've added more hair from underneath one of the poles. This right pole is underneath, and now you're going to swipe on a curve. And you're going to add to the underneath. Now you take the traveling strand, you go up and over, and then you palm, pinch underneath, and then you're going to add to the underneath. So what the typical amount of strands that you add, let's say anywhere from 5 to 7. If you add a thinner section from the side, you're going to be able to get more of an intricate braid that might be bigger, a bigger diamond braid. If you add larger sections, then you're going to be able to, the braid will not be as big. So it depends on visually what you're looking for. I say anywhere between 5 to 7 times or adding to the braid will get you to where you have enough hair left over the ear where it has that boho kind of feel to it. So what we've done is we've added a curved strand to the underneath. I'm taking my traveling strand and I'm going up and over. And here's the great thing is now that these poles are in the braid, you can actually let go of them and they'll be able to stay together. So that's good. You can kind of keep in mind that I don't really have to hold on to some of them because they're already wrapped in. So you can see that I've got this traveling strand and then the braid is still safe. So you can drop one of the sections if you need to grab some more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to palm, pinch underneath. And now I'm going to check to see what we're doing over here. Let's see here. And I'm going to curve it. See how I'm curving that section that's adding. So curving. I'm adding that to the underneath. I'm taking my traveling section, going up and over. And now that section's getting too small, so I'm going to add to the traveling strand. And I can let this go because it's safe because it's been wrapped around with the traveling strand. So we're going to add to the traveling strand. We're going to palm, pinch, and underneath. I'm going to take another swipe. Add that to the underneath. Take my traveling strand, go up and over. And then now I've got palm, pinch, underneath. So again, I can take that, go up to tighten, and we've got 1, 2, 3. So we can go 2 more swipes if we want to do 5, 6 more swipes. Just keep in mind, as many times as you swipe into the braid, you're going to swipe away from the braid. So it's a very balanced diamond. So we're going to take another section. And it looks like we can do, let's see. There we go. Maybe do another one here. Here, let's do this. Okay, so we've swiped on the curve. We've added to the underneath. I'm going to take this traveling section, go up and over. Palm, pinch, underneath. Take another swipe on a curve. Add it to the underneath. Go up and over. Grab it. And then now here's where I was like, okay, I've got the diamond forming. I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to pull out some volume before this look gets too tight into the braid to really create the volume and the texture that I want on the top. And it's easily done because there's that crimping texture in there that really gives it that volume that you're looking for with just a pinch and a pull of the crown area. So let's go ahead and do a couple more. So we got a palm, a pinch, and take this strand and go underneath. We're going to swipe this. So we've got hair down in the front still. We've got her ear covered, which is definitely what we want to keep in mind based on her inspiration that she brought to you. I'm going to add that swipe to the underneath section that is being held by the middle finger. And I'm going to take this strand and go up and over. Now that strand is running out of hair, so I'm going to take a pinch from the underneath of the right pole. I'm going to take it, I'm going to twist it into the other part, the strand that was running out of hair, just to make sure that it's cohesive with it. And I'm going to palm, pinch underneath. And then I'm going to add another section to the underneath. Again, we're going to look. She's got hair down in front. Her ears are covered. This is probably where you would look in the mirror to see if the sides that you've pulled back are balanced. And she's got the same amount of hair covered over the ears. And the front is looking the way that you want. And the volume here is looking the way that you want. Is there enough volume? Do I need to play with this? Because before you go into the rest of the braid, you're definitely going to want to make sure that that all is taken care of, because there's no going back once you go to the end. So we're going to add a little bit of volume. I'm liking the way that looks. I feel like we could do another one, or we don't have to. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swipes in. That means we're going to have 5 swipes out. So I'm going to take this up and over. Again, I want to tighten. So that's a little trick you always have. If your braid's falling apart, just pull it through the center and tighten this. And that's really going to push everything up so it looks nice and clean. Okay, so here comes the really fun part. I'm going to clip this here. Actually, let's pull out a little bit more. I'm really liking the way that looks on the side for volume. I think she's got a really sexy front area that we can play with. And she's got hair that's covering the ears that we can go back in and curl some more if we want some more volume there. Okay, so we've got this. I'm going to take a little tiny clip and just clip that there, because now we're going to get set up for taking this braid back into it. So the adding part in from off the scalp is complete. Now we're going to really take the rest of this ponytail, which is the half up, and we're going to take hair away from it to create that volume of the spread of the hair. And so she's got a great amount of hair on the bottom. This hair is already curled. So once this braid is in there, we can just go back in and do touch-ups on if we want more wave to it, if we want a beachier wave, if we want more romantic. But because we prepped it in the beginning, there's not much of curling that you have to do on the out instead of just touch-up work. So here comes the fun part. Now, a lot of you have learned to do this braid by taking your Samvia clips. Let's see. Where did my clips go? Here's one.
They like to run away and disappear, right? Like
they just,
whoever.
I have 4 of them. Where could they possibly have gone? Oh, they're in my prep doll head. I was like, seriously? Okay. So now the way that we've learned this braid, and we've seen it many, many times on the internet, is taking these clips and putting them on the side. And as we take away hair on the outside, we have to unclip and clip, unclip and clip. And I found that it sometimes messed up the hair on the side. It kind of slowed you down. I was like, there's got to be a better way. So what we've discovered, and through my IG lives with all of these amazing artists from around the world, is the use of barbecue skewers. These things are your best friend. They definitely need to be in your styling kit, especially when you are doing more intricate looks, if you need ridges or something that's beautiful. But what we've discovered in teaching the intricate braids is when you add them to the hair like this, they become the hands of your guest. So instead of having your guest hold the hair, or you're taking your Sam clips and you're putting them and maybe messing up the side of the hair already, if you use these skewers and wrap the hair on top of those, then you're golden. And you get to create this look really all by yourself, and you don't really need assistance from anybody else. So I thought that was so much fun. And when I learned it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like crazy. So in my intricate braiding classes, I come with a whole pack of, I mean, literally you get these at the grocery store. See, they're the barbecue skewers, and they are in my pack. And so I really love to share this tip with other artists when we're learning the intricate braids. Okay, so now we've got, we're going to take down that traveling strand. And the second part of the diamond braid is now taking the hair away from the braid. So in doing so, you're going to want to take away the same amount of thickness on either side. And if we go in 5 times in, you're going to do 5 times out, 6 times in, 6 times out, 7, and so on and so forth, just so we can create that diamond that's balanced from skinny to large to skinny again. So on this one, we've done 5. So I'm going to take the outside of this braid. It's going to go over that skewer. So you can see that now I don't have to worry about it. Take that traveling strand. Hope you guys can see this so good. Take that traveling strand, wrap it around the right pole. And again, it is running out of hair. So this is my time to take hair from underneath that pole, add it to this traveling strand. And now you've got your first section of the diamond going inward. I'm going to take that strand. I'm going to take the outside of the left pole, go over that skewer, and then take that traveling strand and go up and over and around to the center again. So now you've got you've got the look of it coming back in, because we want these poles to get skinnier. So again, taking, and here's the great thing is because these poles are already in the braid, do you see how I can let go of this look and really just concentrate on the wrapping and the taking away? I don't really have to worry about holding these, but just really paying attention to the thickness that's going out and how they're looking when it's getting to the bottom. So again, I'm going to take another section and I'm going to wrap that over the skewer, take my traveling strand, go up and over. I'm going to add to that again because it's running low. And then take a section from the left pole and go up and over. So how cool is that? Like, I just love this whole trick. It allows me to keep my look very neat and clean. I'm going to go up and over. So that's 2. So we're going to do this 3 more times. Section up and over. Our section up and over the skewer. My traveling strand is now going around the pole and back to the center again. Sometimes these hairs are shorter, so you might be adding to that traveling strand more so than you did up here because the hair is starting to get shorter towards the end. But that is fine because everything's neat and clean. It's controlled. We're going to take that traveling strand. We're going to take a section from the outside of the pole. So nothing from behind, but we're going to take it from the outside of the pole, go up and over, around. If ever things to get a little messy, it's definitely, you can take the paddle brush, comb this out just to keep maybe some of the frizz, or add a styling cream to the curls or to these poles just so things stay clean if it starts to get a little frizzy. So we've got the traveling strand in the center again. We're going to take another section. We're going to do that up and over. There we go. So here's a trick too. If you put the skewer into the hair that's closest to the scalp and it starts to waver a little bit, then what you can do is actually take the skewer and go through the braid because it's more of a solid base. And that will keep that skewer really tight and straight instead of wonking and going like down as the weight of the hair comes over. So we've got that strand over there. We're going to go up and over. Okay. And take a section here. And I think we're going to do this one more time. But you can see that the braid at the bottom, the poles are getting smaller, and that braid's coming down into the center. So up and over, around, and I'm going to add, take a strand from that pole, up and over, around, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 as well. So here's what we have left. I'm going to take that around, and what I like to do is add an elastic to this pole to tighten and cut off the traveling strand. So take an elastic and add it to that pole and then pull it up. What that does is it pushes everything up, and then you can add another elastic to this braid, to this pole. And what that does is just keeps it nice and tight. And then you take down this, you take down that, and now you have your diamond braid. You have it securely off. You have the texture already in there. Let me put this down so you can see. I know, I love it. I'm literally obsessed. I love these braids. And you take that down, and now because of what we did before, and we prepped the hair, we used the Samvia crown. I mean the Samvia. See, look, I get so excited when it's done. We use the Samvia crimper to crimp this and get great volume here, because remember, she came in and her fabric was silk. We made it cotton. So we can get the texture. We went in beforehand and we curled everything with the type of curls that we wanted. Went in, put the braid in, and now it's all about finishing details. Like I could take this and I can spray this out, fan this out, and then take all this hair that's down here and pull this out here. Now you can go in and you can spray to get lots of texture and really start to take a comb like this. I love these, to really kind of pull apart and brush and like almost take like a peak in a valley. Like you're going to separate those and create peaks and valleys. So up here. Now, if anything feels like it needs, like it maybe it fell out a little bit, this is a great time to go in and just create more texture around the front. Let's say this is what we're doing. Let me see if I turn this on. I'm going to unlock my thing because I'm obsessed and turn this up. I'm going to turn it up high because I want to do it quick and easy. So if you have it up high enough, you don't have to leave it in the hair that long, depending on, you know, the integrity of her hair. But what I like to do is take these, make sure they're super sexy, because that's what she's going to look at when she's looking in the mirror. So I might wrap it and then take this and pull it up like this, just to get like that really sexy texture around the face. We always use those words too when we're working on brides and bridesmaids, and they're like, yep, I'll take that. Everyone wants to look beautiful. They want to look sexy. And so that's what I love to do around the front. And also here's a trick too. I'm going to grab this here, is use any of your volume sprays. And so to get this to have to stay off of the face, what I've learned is you can do a little bit of back combing. I'll put this here. A little bit of back combing. And then take your volume spray and spray it from behind and rub that in to that front piece. And it literally lifts that up and stays off of the guest face. Sometimes they want to have hair around their face, but they don't necessarily want it to hang on their face. So if you stand from behind and back comb that a little bit after you've created that really nice wave in there, and then sprayed your texture spray from behind and then rub it into the hair, you're going to get that really great lift. Let's see, that really great lift off of the face versus this hanging like this. We want lift. We want it up and away from the face. I think it looks super, super sexy. Again, you're going to back comb this, spray from behind. It's one of my favorite tricks about working around the front of the face, just because I believe it just, let me tell you, every bridesmaid that I do it on, they literally are like, oh my gosh, that is exactly what I needed. I needed this front hair piece to just slightly lift off of my face. I'm going to wrap this away from the face, not too long. I just want it to have a little bit of a bend. And then I'm going to really take this, comb it out, but then kind of rouge it with your hands, like rouge it up. So you get that really sexy hair around the face, which I love. And then again, if you have hair that has fallen, this is a great time. So you don't have very much hair, but you just go in and you create more texture here. And you've got this fun alternate half up look with awesome texture and volume in the back. Again, you can take your volume spray and spray these sides here and almost like squish it in with your fingers on the side to really allow for that to spread out like that, which is just so much fun. It's so much fun. So you can go and spend a little bit more time detailing those curls, adding a little bit more texture, maybe something a little bit beachier, maybe something a little bit more romantic, depending on how you curl the hair, but super fun. It's a braid that I definitely gets noticed on Instagram. I know with looking at braids and updos every day, I definitely look for something that is different, that catches everyone's eye. So you can imagine having a whole bridal party that has all these cool intricate braids in their half ups. Like, it's just a showstopper. It's something different. And as creatives, I think we always need to push our boundaries with looks that we do a lot of. And so this was just something that really inspired me to just kind of give you alternate braids to use. They're not tricky. They're not tricky at all. They are just, if you learn your mantra and you do them, it's just about a repetition. So it's not something that you're like, there's no way I can do this. It's absolutely doable. There's 3 braids that I love to do. It's the diamond braid, the infinity braid, and then the Dutch ladder braid is a fantastic alternate braid to use in a half up look. So it's my passion. I love doing it. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you guys learned something.
We definitely enjoyed it. That was fantastic. And, I always kind of say this during these types of segments. I don't do a lot of long hair, but when I watch people like you, I just get super inspired. Anna, what was your big takeaway from her content?
I have so many notes here.
Oh, you're so sweet.
I'm such a huge fan of what you do already, but this was just so inspiring, and it is such a beautiful look and so many great takeaways. As like the first thing, creating the roadmap, I believe so much in creating the success of the outcome. So it's just so huge, and I'm so glad that you talked about that. And there's so much that goes into this braid, but it is once you get into it and you start practicing it, it looks like it's so easy, you know?
It is. It really is. I mean, I've learned a lot of intricate advanced braids, and this one by far was something that I was like, all right, this one's good. The mantra is super important. I know that Sam teaches a lot of braids with mantras, and so he inspired me to really, teaching braids to artists that don't know how to braid. It's key. It's key to have your brain tell your hands what to do, and without that, the class isn't as successful. Let's just say. So it's really a wonderful challenge. I love when an artist says I can't do it. I was like, yeah, give me an hour. You can do it.
Skewers, those were like so great. I love that trick. Yeah.
It's perfect. Yeah, these things were, I learned this in the IG lives that I've done with artists from around the world during quarantine. When we were all shut down, I was like, let's just go live with everybody. Let's bring on all these amazing artists and let's teach our community looks why we stay at home. And so these popped up in all those IG lives so much that I was like, this is great. So definitely something to add to your styling kit and play around with.
Absolutely. So thank you so very much. That was incredible content, and just, yeah, such a beautiful finished look. Please make sure we all go and show some appreciation and give her a follow at Beyond the Ponytail. And if you are looking for great education, btp.society. That's going to be your resource to improve your bridal work and even get your name out there with their support. So thank you so very much, Angela. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, both of you, so much. It's just been a great way to start my Sunday.
Us too. Take care. All right. So as always, Anna, we want to give some stuff away.
Yeah. We love to give stuff away. Yes,
so share with them the winner, please.
Great. So the winner of our chat giveaway is Christina Matala. Matala, I think is how you say it. And she wins the ruby red sleeker. So all you need to do, Christina, is just send us your name, address, and your phone number to info@samvia.com. Congratulations.
Yeah, so if you want to be a big winner, just like Christina, then go ahead and continue to be awesome in the chats. You all have been so interactive today. It's fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that. A big reminder today, one of the big purposes of why we are here is to help raise some funds for the Professional Beauty Association's Disaster Relief Fund. This is a great place to put our time and energy because it helps to support our fellow stylists in time of need. All of our shears are 40% off, our electrics are 40% off, and we're taking 10% of all of those sales and donating that to the PBA's Disaster Relief Fund. So this is a great opportunity. You know, this is the season of giving. So if we want to participate in that season of giving, what a great way to do it. Give to yourself, give to the PBA, and hey, we got a win-win situation. So remember too that you can also win some great prizes. We have, whoops, sorry, wrong one. That's still the right one. We also want to give away some incredible prizes from our friends at Pivot Point and some of our Samvia tools. You can enter to win by texting the word giveaway to 888-812-1115. So let's get back to the education. Next, we have another incredibly talented hairdresser that I'm sure many of you are already following, and that's Sarah Lopez. Sarah is a vibrant bridal stylist and independent educator who is driven by how it can really illuminate clients with confidence when they have those incredible styles. She's been doing hair for a decade, and she teaches really intimate classes both digitally and live. She has been a BTC One-Shot and American Influencer Award nominee. She has been awarded Best of Weddings multiple times on The Knot. She has also recently won the 2020 Bridal Hairstylist Award through Beauty and Vision Awards by Wella. and she offers a lot of her expertise through her monthly boho hairstyling education platform to just continue to inspire people for improving their bridal styles. Sorry about that little flub on the words there. So everyone, please, in the chat, let's give a warm Samvia welcome to Sarah Lopez.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
We are so good and super stoked, super excited to continue this awesome education on bridal content. So I'm going to jump off, but I'm going to come back in and bother you occasionally with some questions. All right?
Yeah, sounds perfect. All right, guys. Hope you guys are doing it so well on this beautiful Sunday. I'm in San Diego, so we finally are getting some sun. It's actually been pretty hot, 90 degrees. So, and our AC just gave out, so just if I start sweating, it's all good. Yeah, you guys, so today I'm going to be showing you how to create a very boho side braid, which is so popular, especially for weddings here in San Diego. Everyone is raving about these side boho braids. All my brides like to have a very unique, distinct hairstyle. So I'm just gonna jump right into it. You guys, so I prepped her already here because this would take me a lot longer than an hour to do this whole style. So I prepped her here with my Samvia. This is a 2-in-1. A lot of us love this because it is a 2-in-1. So if you want to use the Marcel, go for it. You also have the wand option. I absolutely love the wand option. That's what created these beautiful waves here. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell you step by step how I created this. Again, I'm not going to do, I didn't do the whole head live just because it would take too much time. So if you guys follow me on my course, follow me on Instagram, you guys know I am a product freak. I am obsessed with product. I probably use a total of 5 to 8 products per style. Yeah. So first and foremost, this is one of my favorites, you guys. It's from Sexy Hair. This is a Protect Me. And basically, this is the first product that we're going to use, okay? So for me to prep her, I spray the Protect Me throughout all the hair. Okay, so that's our first product. So what I'm going to do here is so this top section here is not done yet. So I'm just going to demonstrate how to curl on this top layer. And this is so important. So just make sure if you guys are playing on your mannequin, following along, taking notes, I will definitely let you know, like, those key points, hot tips that will seriously change your hair game, especially if you do bridal hair. Okay, so I'm just gonna section here. Also, if you guys know me, I tend to use my fingers a lot. So I am known for a lot of the very effortless boho, like Angela said. Everyone wants those sexy hairstyles nowadays. So when I section, I like to use my fingers. In doing so, you're not creating any harsh lines in the hair. So this is a key point when doing any type of boho hairstyling. If I were to go in a comb, which don't get me wrong, a lot of the time, say if you're cutting or coloring, you want to have those very precise sections. If you guys want to create those lived-in boho looks, we don't want harsh lines. Okay, so God gave us this. Let's use our fingers. And I'm just going to take a rough section here. You guys will see, that's the thing about boho hairstyling, is I don't want it to be perfect. It's supposed to be, nails are your favorite tool. I just saw that in the chat, and yes, if you have long nails, that helps section just a little bit. That's awesome. But yeah, seriously, this will change your hair game, and it's something as simple as sectioning the hair right. Okay? So I have this section here. Again, it's not perfect. It's all right. We're just curling it. Because I am doing a side braid, most of it's going to be up anyways, so don't take the time to make sure, oh, these sections are super, super perfect. It doesn't matter because we're just curling. Okay? So I'm going to go in these handy dandy Sam Via clips, pin that out of the way. Okay, guys, here's the best part. Oh. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so change your hair game. If you're doing a half up, if you're doing an updo, if you're doing a side braid like today, I use this tip and trick every single time I style. Every single time. Okay, so I have about a 1 inch here. And you guys feel free to pop all the questions on here. I'm all about education. I'm all about sharing my knowledge with you guys. So any questions you have, let me know. I would be happy to answer them. Okay, so we have about a 1 inch here. Prep. Okay, here's our first product, which is the Protect Me. Spray that. Spray that whole layer that we just let down. This product is also really great because heat protectant, save the integrity of the hair, and it has a very, very light hold hairspray in there as well. Okay, so we have one product in. Always make sure before you start that our canvas is nice and smooth. You don't want any knots or anything in there. Okay, here we go. So everyone pay attention to this step because it is seriously key. Okay, so away from the face. You want more volume at the root. When you're curling, hold the curling iron horizontally. If it doesn't matter too much, you can just kind of angle it down. I'm going to go in between. Okay, so I'm going to flat wrap, meaning when I curl it, the hair is staying nice and flat to the wand. Flat wrap the top. That's done. Now I'm just going to rotate my wrist, and you're going to create a wave there. Okay? Leaving my ends out. Let her down. Okay, here we go. Most people, what they would do after they would curl it, they would just let it drop. Run their fingers through it, mess with it. What I'm doing is I'm holding this hair in my fingers and I'm waiting about 5 to 8 seconds. Look how bouncy. I'm not going to leave it like that. I call that my top ramen curl. No one wants that. But basically, because I let it cool in my finger, your curls are not going to fall out. I promise. I use this tip on I use this on every single one of my brides. Their curls never fall out, even though they are so loose and boho. Okay, so that's cool. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the end here. You're going to add tension. So you're literally just going to tug at it. Obviously, if this was your real client, be a little gentle. You're going to tug at it here. Where you see the ridges of the curl, you're going to gently massage that up. Okay, taking your time. This curl, I tell you, is not going to go anywhere. So the reason why I'm creating most of these curls like this on top is because I want all the texture in this braid to be at her crown. Okay, so same thing. About a 1 inch, using the 2-in-1. This is amazing. Flat wrap, twist, twist, twist. I am holding this. It's not 90 degrees down and it's not all the way horizontal. So it's a good in between, a diagonal. Okay? Hold that on there. Release. Hold that curl in your hand, because if you run your fingers through a hot curl, it's going to fall out within a couple hours. So especially if you do bridal hair. I've been doing bridal hair for a while, and you learn from your mistakes. But I used to just let it drop, run my fingers through it, and their hair would get super flat. Okay, so that's cool there. Tension. Fluff this guy out. See how much body she has right there too? And I did no teasing as well. Okay.
Sarah, do you usually just do the cooling with your hand, or do you sometimes pin them up, or what's your preference?
My preference is usually the hand, just because it's more of a time saver, rather than if I had to pin it, then I have to take all the pins out. Yeah, doing bridal hair, you have to be very efficient because you are on a timeline. So I like to do holding it in my palm. Obviously, sometimes it can get kind of hot. People wear gloves as well. I feel like I've developed calluses on my hands though from doing it. But yeah, you can pin it up or you can hold it in your palm, whatever you are comfortable with. Yes, you could definitely do zigzag patterns for curling. Yes, yes. Okay, you can even feel it when it's getting cool. Grab that end. So you guys see why I couldn't do all this live, because this step does take a little bit of time. But once you get it down, oh, so valuable. Okay, make sure it's nice and smooth out. Yeah, you definitely want to be very efficient bridal hair. I usually do about 8 to 10 per day, depending. Sometimes it's less. But once you get these tips and tricks down, you will fly through them and you won't even think about it too much. It's one of those things that you just kind of have to practice, and then it just comes natural. So holding that, let her drop. Tension. So see, you guys, even if you're doing a half up, how valuable this technique is. I tell you, these curls are going nowhere. Okay, same thing. Flat wrap, twist, twist, twist. Diagonal. Yes, all the curls are going the exact same way. But if you wanted a little bit more texture and a little bit more dimension, that's when you can alternate. It doesn't matter too much down here to alternate, because like I said, we are popping this in a side braid. But say we did the top layer, you could definitely alternate, and then your curls are going to be a lot more piecey and a little bit more boho, but you do not have to. So it just depends on what style you're going for. Flat wrap, twist, twist, twist. How are you guys doing? Everything making sense? Are these good tips? We will definitely help you create.
Lots of good feedback over here, Sarah.
Good, good. That's why I'm here. Okay, let that cool. Here you go. So I'm kind of giving you guys like a 2-in-1, because I'm seriously all about education. Love sharing my tips and tricks. So basically, you can use this for half up, just pull some pieces back. But like I said, I am going to do a side braid. But I just thought this tip was super valuable because you can use it for basically every single style. Okay. And I have the heat on high for this 2-in-1. But obviously she has a heat protectant, so there's no worries there. Okay. See how it just gives really pretty separation as well. Next section. Have any of you guys tried this technique before? I would love to know. And if you do, does it hold your curls all day? Because I'm not kidding. My bride will say, oh my goodness, my curls are still here and it's like 3 days in the honeymoon. So they definitely stay when you use this technique. Again, making sure it's nice and smooth first. Game changer. I'm so glad, and you are so welcome. Okay. Hold that there. Hold it in your hand. Sometimes I stick just a finger through, whatever's comfortable for you. Pinch and pull. Okay. All right, next layer. So I think this is probably going to be our last layer here. Favorite brand of products, you guys, I love Sexy Hair and I love Kenra. Love, love, love. Okay, so I am just sectioning here. Again, it's okay if it's rough. This is not very, hairstyling is precise, but not when it comes to the boho hairstyling. Okay, so now we're gonna get into her parting. So I'm gonna do a middle on her. Say she's a bride and say she wants the middle part. I am gonna go in. This is the Samvia rat tail. Very precise for when you're sectioning. What I'm gonna do, some people draw straight back. Okay? We do not wanna do that because we don't want harsh lines in the hairstyle. I'm gonna do a zigzag, a very, very delicate zigzag. Okay? Very, very delicate. Again, it does not have to be perfect. This is a boho look, okay? So there you have a zigzag. And usually I like to do the parting a little bit in front of the ear, meaning we have our zigzag here. I'm gonna follow. So again, not gonna go like that. You're going to create the worst lines, and no one wants harsh lines in a boho hairstyle. So just in front of the ear. So there's her ear, right about there. Take your rat tail. Rough zigzag, okay? Very rough, like almost like a messy zigzag. So you see how she doesn't, it just blends in. We don't have any harsh lines. Same thing on this side. Rough, rough, rough. Okay. There we go. So now I'm going to curl the remainder of the hair. So I need a little bit more of the Protect Me from Sexy Hair. So this is our first product, you guys, that we have used so far, and will not be our last. If you know anything about me, like I said, I'm a product junkie. Okay, again, 1-inch sections. The smaller your sections, the more detailed it's going to be, so keep that in mind. Curling away from the face, flat wrap, twist, 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 twist. Also, by flat wrapping up the root, you guys are getting a little bit more volume than if you wouldn't. Okay, hold that into place. Yep, exactly. The zigzag creates a natural line. Natural, natural. And if you guys know boho, it is not structured. Very natural, very lived in. And you'll see me sometimes massage these pieces to kind of break them up just a little bit, create a little bit more of an airy volume. Okay. Same thing here. Make sure you have no knots, no kinks, no nothing in there. Flat wrap, twist, twist. If you need to say it in your mind, it's okay. If you need to say it out loud, it's fine. In order to learn. But basically, you're just flat wrapping that top layer. Okay, hold that. Let her go. Tension. Pull this out. I do not like tight curls. So that is why I like to do this technique. If your client likes those tight curls, that's fine. You know, everyone likes their own thing. Then you do not need to tug at the ends, but that's just what I like to do. Twist, twist, twist. Yes. The twist is creating more of a beachy wave instead of like that perfect ringlet curl. Thank you. Glad you guys are liking it. Tension, fluff these out. Okay. So yeah, you guys, this is the prep for a side braid. So say if your client had, I actually saw a comment, I forgot to respond, I'm sorry, but I'll answer that now. If she had virgin hair, say she was one of those clients that has like silky smooth, almost glass texture, so healthy hair, that's when I would go in with all of the texture sprays. And I'll show you right after this curl what products I would use. But basically, you would do the exact same steps as I'm doing now, but you would change up the product. Okay. Hold in there. Tension. Okay. So okay, I'm just going to give an example. I need to use this anyways. Say she had virgin hair. Do the exact same tips and tricks that I showed you guys on how you would curl. So you go in with a Protect Me, which is a heat protectant hairspray in one. And then what you would do is after you're done curling, you guys, this is the best. If you're going to get one product from Kenra, get the Dry Volume Burst. Okay? So good. Okay? So say she had virgin hair. What you're going to do, you are going to spray this in there. Okay? Also, key tip. I know it sounds like not a huge tip, but seriously, a lot of people don't do this. A lot of people will just spray that top layer. You want to make sure that you're getting this product every single layer, because that's what's going to help fluffen it up, give all of that volume that you want. Okay. Okay, so you would do this for, again, I did it on her, but she did not really need it. But say if she had virgin hair, you want to make sure you use some good texture sprays, okay? This spray, I mean, it's not a hairspray, but it is a texture spray. So it is going to give it hold, but more importantly, it's going to give the hair grit, which grit is amazing when creating bow hairstyles. You need that grit in order to make these last. Okay, like I said, if you're curling on silky hair, your curls are gonna fall right out. Okay, I've been there, done that at the beginning of my career. You know, you learn from your mistakes. I learned from my mistake. It's like, why is the hair falling? It's so healthy, it's so shiny. You need grit, you need texture. Okay, so same thing up here. Curling the exact same way we've been doing it the whole time. Let her go. Hold that curl. Tension. Fluff it out. Okay. let's see, would you spray texture first, then heat spray? I would do the heat spray, texture, then curl, or vice versa. You could do the heat spray, curl, then texture. But you just want to make sure, whoever your client is, she has grit in her hair. Okay, that's super, super important. Because if you were to do a boho braid that you want it to be nice and voluminous and textured on that healthy virgin hair, you guys, it's not going to hold. Okay? So you want to make, I can't stress that enough. I talk about it all the time in my education. You need texture. You need grit in the hair. Her hair is so gritty, okay? You need that in order for these styles to hold all day. This is a wedding, so you need them to last all day. Okay, same technique. I'm just going to curl the rest of these pieces here. Okay, hold in the hand, let it cool. Tension. You will see I talk about tension all the time in multiple areas of what I'm teaching. Tension's the best. You just say texture, tension. Those are my 2 T's. Okay, curl away from the face. I'm so glad you love this style. It is probably 30% done, but the rest of it is very easy. So that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up. If you prep her properly, the rest of the style is going to be a breeze, okay? It's going to be so easy because you have all the texture in there already. You have all that texture, you have all that body. When you guys start to form the braid, easy peasy, because you set yourself up for success. Okay. Let her drop. Last little section here. Make sure she's nice and smooth out. Texture, texture, texture. Yes, that's right. A lot of people come to me and say, Sarah, like, I did, you know, my style's boho, you know, I did like a messy bun, but it just gets flat. That happens because she has no grit, no texture in her hair. Okay? Blondes have it easy. They have the color stripped out already. So anything you put, you know, on a blonde usually holds a lot better. You have a brunette who has that beautiful, shiny virgin hair. You need texture. I like to layer the Kenra spray clay, the Kenra dry volume burst, and the Kenra dry shampoo. I use all of those to create texture. Okay? I'm in hair heaven. I love it. So glad you guys are enjoying it. So happy with all the questions. Okay, she's done curled. Okay, woo. So much body, so much volume. She has that texture. More texture, okay? This is a spray clay. Guys, just make sure you get it. It's amazing, seriously. Sprayer. Again, make sure you get that top layer, but make sure you're getting the underneath as well. Fingers. I like to use my fingers to brush these out. Sometimes a brush can leave them a little too flat, okay? So see how airy these are? That's exactly what we want. Again, this is for a braid, so these don't have to be perfect, but I just wanted to show you guys that curling technique that you can use for a half up, for an updo. Like, you can seriously use that curling technique for any hairstyle. I want to give you maximum education, so, okay, here we go. She's ready for her braid. Okay, so we have her section here. Let's see. Use my finger. Rough, okay? Rough sectioning. No harsh lines in this style. So it's just a little bit off middle. Little bit. Okay. Rough partings. Just keep saying that to yourself. Not rough partings when you cut, not rough partings when you color. When you style and you want those boho hairstyles, rough partings are okay. Okay? Okay. Okay, now for the fun part. I know it's all fun, but I think this part is very fun. Okay, so now we're gonna focus this braid. We're gonna focus on this side. Okay? What I'm gonna do, again, I don't like partings too much. If anything, it's that rough. Okay, I just like to visually know where I'm going. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a piece. This is about a 1 inch. Okay. Take a piece. You are gonna loosely twist it away. Okay. More texture. Can't tell you enough how much I use texture products. So if you feel like your styles are getting flat, you probably need just more texture. Have that. Now this is a perfect opportunity if you have fingernails. That is perfect for this. If you don't, just use your fingertips. Pinch and pull. Okay? And I am holding the end very, very loosely. Very loosely. A lot of people ask me, oh, why don't you elastic that? Because there would be too much tension. Okay? So you want to make sure that it is very, very loose. What you're going to do is you're going to pin this into place. So again, all about education. I'm going to show you guys how I pin because this is very important. Okay. So I want to pin right here. I love the Meta Grip bobby pins. You guys can get these at Sally's. They have been out of stock for a while though. So long side up. What you're going to do is you're going to grab the hair, stick the bobby pin through that piece of hair you need a pin. You're going to push this pin to the left. And as you're doing that, you're going to flip the pin around. Okay? So you're literally just doing this way. You turn it, flip it around. Okay? And then I like to piece this out just a little bit more. If you guys use this technique, you just need one bobby pin. Okay? I'll do that again. Gonna take a piece of hair, twist away, texture, okay? Spray that in there. Loosely hold the end of this twist. Begin to fluff that out. And we're gonna pin him into place. I have my little handy dandy belt here I take with me on weddings. I got it from Amazon. Perfect so you don't have to keep grabbing things. So again, grab that piece of hair that you want to pin, push to the left, flip it around. You want to make sure also that it's getting at the scalp. A lot of people kind of just pin in air. Make sure when you pin that it is right at the scalp because that's when it's going to grab on. Okay. Gonna go in with one more pin here. Same thing. Flip it around. Okay. Now I'm going to take another section. Again, this is very organic, so it's not like I have too much of a rhyme or reason. That is the reason why these styles are very organic. Yes, my Instagram is SV Glamour. I did not lock the two pins together. You can, but by doing this technique, you don't need to because when you U-turn it, you're locking in all that hair. Okay, same thing. Pinch and pull. We're creating all that texture, okay? Pin that right under where we just did it. Okay, grab that hair, push to the left, flip it around. Yes, you could definitely tease if you needed to, but I didn't tease, and I'll show you guys how to get the volume without teasing. It's another little tip, little trick that I have up my sleeve. Okay, so I like to do, I worked on this side, so now I have 2 on this side. I want to do the same on the other side. So kind of keep that balanced. Twist away. She has enough texture, so I don't need to add more. That's another reason why, you guys, I like to use my fingers a lot, because I like to feel to make sure she has enough texture in there. Okay, same thing. Grab that end, push, flip it around. It's like the hair's doing a U-turn. Like it ran a wrong light and it needs to flip around. So just kind of keep that in the back of your head. And you'll see me pin the very end and about the middle, just to make sure she is extra secure. Okay. So I decided, and again, because she has a middle part, it doesn't matter too much where you have the braid overlapping the shoulder. I decided I want the braid to be on this side, but say she had a pretty deep part right here going this way. You want to balance that. So you just want to make sure that the braid is on the same side where her part is, if that makes sense. You are so welcome. So glad you guys are enjoying this. Okay. Key tip. Okay, I know I get so excited about this because it seriously will change your hair game. When you leave out pieces in the front, this is so important, you guys. So obviously I'm not gonna leave all of this out. Like at the end of the day, she's not gonna have all this that's left out. But as I'm pulling the braid, as I'm making the braid, if I feel like there's a couple holes, a couple gaps, like too many lines, anything like that, guess what? We left out these for that reason, okay? I'm not gonna do it now. It's gonna be at the end, but to fill any holes. So as you're styling, make sure you leave hair out in the front, okay? It's key, because say we braided this all together, these are in, we're not gonna be able to pull them apart. We're not gonna be able to take these out because it's gonna be too secure, okay? All right, so I'm gonna take this section here, which is on her right, twist away, pinch and pull. Pinch and pull. We're creating those ridges, which is exactly what we want. We're just gonna pin that into place. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope this is easy learning. And if you guys recreate this, tag Samvia, tag me. We would love to see your recreations. Okay, I'm gonna get one more pin in there. Same pinning technique the whole time. So this would even be fun, ponytail. Okay, let me give you 3 hairstyles in one. But this is the same steps I would take for a ponytail. Okay, so next what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the crown. Okay, some people would leave it like this. That's fine. You do whatever works for you, but this is not balanced now. So see how much texture she has going on right here? This is way too flat, okay? So this is when you wanna take the time to make sure everything is balanced, okay? This is not balanced. She has no texture, she has no body, she has no movement, okay? So you're taking notes, remember, in order to create volume and texture at her crown without teasing, you need tension. Okay? So, by that being said, I am adding a couple more bobby pins right at where I want to pinch this out. Okay, we have all the tension in here from those bobby pins from the sectioning. Okay, so this is driving me crazy. It's too flat. So let's fix that. Okay, guess what? Kenra spray clay. Use just a little bit more. Spray at that crown. Okay, I'm gonna get close for this because this is key. Okay, so we have tension. Okay, sorry, just get my little bobby pins out. Let me get a little bit more here. We have tension there now, okay? If you were to pull this, pinch and pull it with no tension, no pins, your volume is just gonna die down, okay? We have the tension here, so we're able to do this. Okay, take your fingertips or fingernails, pinch that up. That is one section, okay? One little piece that I took. You're gonna do the exact same thing, but you're gonna give a little bit of room where you don't touch anything because that's gonna create your ridges and your canyons is what I like to call them. Pinch that up. Texture, okay? We like that texture. Pinch that up. Same thing, leave some room that you don't touch because that's what's gonna create all that dimension. Pinch that up, pinch that up. And once you guys do this, it's gonna become second nature to you, I promise. You're not really gonna think about it. I don't think about it too much anymore, except when I'm teaching, have to educate. So there you have it. See how much more blended that made the whole hairstyle. But say if you just left that with no texture, no volume, it does not flow. The hairstyle is not balanced. You need balance, okay? So what I'm gonna do now, this is another hot tip for you guys. Let's lock in this texture, okay? We're gonna lock in all these ridges we just created. All-time favorite hairspray is from Sexy Hair. This is their So Touchable. It is in the blue can. Guys, it's made out of mimosa flower, so it smells really great, okay? Spray those ridges. We are locking in that texture. Spray those ridges. Tap, 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 tap. Lock in that texture. Make sure this texture is very pronounced. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Okay, so you're just basically gluing in that texture to make sure the ridges don't go anywhere. Tap, tap, tap. Or you can glide it down, whatever floats your boat. All right. Okay, so where are we at? So I'm gonna take one more pin, make sure this bottom layer is nice and secure. Yes, Sexy Hair is the best. Try the blue line if you haven't. This healthy Sexy Hair is really, really great. Okay, so there we have our base. Okay, so like I said, I want the braid to be draping on this side. So let me scoot her back. Okay, what I like to do, as we left out all these wispies here, we want to do the same thing in the back. So if you guys follow me on Instagram or anything, you know I'm obsessed with wispies. I think it's so pretty because it kind of gets rid of any bare skin that some brides don't like. So this is where we're going to start to leave some pieces out. And you can just pop it over her shoulder. Get a piece from underneath, pop it over. Okay, so if you guys are following along, this is one when we want to use our elastics. Okay, I get mine from Amazon. It's like a 2,000 pack. just because I fly through them. So I just want to make sure I have enough. Okay, what you're going to do, you're going to grab this chunk of hair. You're going to grab a chunk of hair from the other side. Okay. Let me get one more pin up in here because we are going to be moving these sections. So you want to make sure they are nice and secure. Okay, so we have 2 sections. 1, 2. Again, we want the braid to be draping on this side. So we're going to combine these 2 sections. Take your elastic, tie that off, but don't tie it too tight. Okay, we want the tension, but we don't want too much tension to where we can't expand it. Put your fingers through the middle, flip the end of that ponytail through. Push it up. Okay. All right, I'm going to use, guess what? Who would have guessed it? Guys, spray clay again. See how many times I use this? Spray that. Because we want to pinch it out. We want to texturize it. Use your fingertips. And I'm just going to want to create a little bit of separation. This is when you guys can go in with your bobby pins. If you feel like there's too much, just too bulky. Okay, if you feel like there's too much, too bulky right there, you guys know what I'm talking about. Take your bobby pin, push it straight through that section. Same technique, flip it around. Guess what? It just created texture there for you. Okay. Let's pinch and pull this side. So you guys, elastics are so amazing for braids because they are so secure. So secure. But you can expand them. So like I said, make sure that when you pinch and pull it or when you elastic it, that's not too tight. Look how boho. Okay, same thing, going with your elastic. I usually always like to keep clear ones on me because it can go for brunette or blonde. Would this leave the hair? Let's see. Okay, so you're gonna take this bottom section here. You're gonna divide that into 2. Divide it into 2. Combine this section. Elastic it. Two times. Once you have that, stick your fingers through, flip it. That is called a topsy tail. Fancy wording for it. Okay, spray clay. Pinch and pull. Okay. So see how we are angling this to the side.
Sarah, I think that question from Marissa, I think she was asking if all that spray clay and everything, like if you have all those layers of product, if that might leave the hair dry. I think that's what I'm getting from you, Marissa.
Okay.
Let me know if I'm not correct.
Perfect. Yes, so it is a drying product, but for these styles, you need a drying product in order to get that grit. But this is when you can go in with another product to make sure you put moisture back in the hair. So this is the Redo. This is amazing. I love this stuff. It's from Sexy Hair as well. So basically, if you feel like the hair is too dry, but again, you need a little bit of grit for these styles to last, just spray this throughout. Really great for creating shine, getting rid of any frizz. It smells amazing, nice and light, so it's not going to weigh the hair down. Okay, so if you feel like the hair is too dry, just go in with a light conditioning mist or whatnot. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take the 2 pieces that are underneath again, combine that with an elastic. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, 2 rounds, not too tight, but tight enough. Topsy tail it, flip that guy through, push him up. She has enough grit, I can feel it. She does not need more texture. Okay. Yes, so that's the fun thing about boho hairstyling is a lot of people think these are so hard. They're not, but if you guys prep correctly, set yourself up for success. Make sure you are doing those techniques that I told you guys about. Use your Sanvia wand. You will be able to get these beautiful looks. Okay, so remember how we talked about these front pieces? We want to leave more out than we think. Okay, because she has a little bit too much skin here for me. Okay, so we want to be able to fit that. So basically, I'm just going to take a little sliver of her front face framing. Same techniques, okay? I'm using the same techniques in this whole hairstyle. Just drop my comb, it's all good. Twist it away from the face, pinch and pull. Okay. You're going to pin this right into the side of that braid. So it's going to create a very whimsical feel. Also, when you pin it, if you find those elastics, it's going to be so secure. Okay. So I'm just going to take another little sliver here, but I like to leave a ton in the front just because I feel like it's so pretty and soft. 3-second rule. Yes, 3-second rule after I drop something. Okay, pinch and pull. Let's fill those gaps. So see, a little bit of a gapping there. That's all right. That's why we left out more face framing than we thought, right? I always say work smarter and not harder. So see how whimsical and airy. And these pieces here, I'm just going to pin those into the braid. So find that elastic, pin that straight down. Those wispies are going to be super anchored. Okay, so that's good on that side. Remember how we left all this out? Because look, she needs some hair right here. Okay, so this is when detail work is so important, and you as the artist making sure everything is nice and balanced. Okay, so I'm just going to take a piece here. This is about a 1.5 inch section. Twist away, pinch and pull. So like I said, guys, it's so important that you take these, even if they're small little new things that you learn, it will make the biggest difference. Okay, so I'm just going to drape that down here to get rid of any unwanted holes in the hairstyle. And I'm just going to pin that into place. Okay, just like that. Same thing, one more little section here. Okay. I usually like to, my rule of thumb is 3 little sections in the front. 1, 2, 3. Take this, twist away, pinch and pull him. Take your pin. Okay. Again, hairstyling is very, very visual. I usually like to say that it's not very black and white. Like, you do what works for you. You do what's comfortable for you. That's super important. It's not like cut where it has to be perfectly up, and you know, hairstyling is very, very black and white. So there is room to kind of create what you want. Okay, now I have the ends of these that I just pinned. I'm just going to intertwine them in this braid. So put your pin through, find that elastic. So pretty, so whimsical. One more little section here. Again, I like to leave some by the neck to make sure it's nice and soft. Twist away. Okay. And this is when you can kind of do what's visually best. I want to pin it right here, and I want to have a wispy that's coming out. Just like that. Okay. Okay, if you feel like any pieces, I'm gonna go up close for this. If you feel like any pieces are drooping, for example, this guy's a little droopy, that's all right. What you can do, push your pin in there, push him up, flip him around. No more droopiness. So you want to go straight in the section, push it up a little bit, flip it around. All right, now we have these long ones here. Take a little bit of that, twist away. So you guys, these techniques are very repetitive, but like I said, when you prep correctly, these are going to be so simple. Okay, pin that up into the elastic. Okay, it's just super whimsical, super cascading. Okay, so we have one last step here. One last step is making sure these pieces are good. I like the curl that she has, so I'm not going to touch that. But she could use just a little bit more volume. Okay, spray clay. Spray underneath. Push it up like you're massaging the hair. Underneath. Massage that hair. Okay, so spray clay is done. Now I'm going to go in with the hairspray. Sexy hair. This is the So Touchable. Underneath, you want to lift that hair as you are spraying it to get maximum volume. Lift it, spray underneath. Same thing on this side. A little bit more texture. Underneath. You're going to really make the hair lift. I'm actually going to pin some of that. Underneath. Okay. Take your hairspray. Again, you guys, actually, I didn't even mention this. This is I don't know if I did. This is a very light hold, so it's not going to leave the hair crunchy. It's not going to leave the hair sticky, because a lot of people complain about that. See how it's just very whimsical in the front? Okay, so that's done. Now I'm going to take a couple more of these pieces. Very organically choosing. Going to pin these back because I think she has a little bit too much hair in the front. But you guys, this is why we leave more hair out, because we can always fill more holes. We can always pin more hair in the back, and we can always have more wispies at her neck, okay? Okay, so that's when you can kind of visually look, see what she needs, see if she needs more pinning, separation here, massage that up. If you need to pull on any pieces, this is a time to do so. Okay, you guys, there you have it. Very, very romantic, boho, textured, but simple. Very simple. if you guys just take the time to do the curling techniques, the texture products, like, you can do this. It's not complicated.
This is looking absolutely gorgeous, and just the chat is just blowing up with praise and how very, very pretty it is. Super soft, like you said, really romantic.
Yep.
Before you close up here, I do just want to make sure that we touch on your online subscription course. Can you just tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so I actually started this when the world shut down. You know, like all of us went through such a hard time, you know, in 2020. I was like, I gotta do something. I can't just sit on my couch and watch Netflix. I want to do hair. So a lot of people have been asking me for years to do a subscription course, and I finally did it, and I'm so excited. I've had really great feedback. I'm so about educating, as you guys know. I love it. It's my passion. But yeah, basically, once you guys subscribe, the link is in my bio on Instagram. If you're not following me, it is SV Glamour, and all the details to the subscription course are in my bio. Basically, once you subscribe, it is $20 a month, so it's very reasonable. Or you guys can do a yearly subscription where you get 15% off, so whatever floats your boat. But yeah, basically, I post 2 brand new tutorials every single month, and then once you subscribe, you get access. I think I have over 35 full-length tutorials on there right now, and they're all like this. So just very whimsical, very boho, the very lived-in look that everyone wants nowadays. So yeah, and if you guys have any questions regarding anything, I'm always open for DMs. Here for you guys, here to help you guys.
Awesome. Well, like I said, there's so many great takeaways. I want to actually bring Twylla in. Twylla, what was your big takeaway from today?
Yeah, Sarah, great job. My biggest takeaway was just like being super intentional the entire time. So intentional with the tools you used, intentional with the products you used, the set, how much hair you left out, every single thing. And then just like practicing until all of that becomes second nature.
Yep.
Wow.
Exactly.
And that's honestly my big takeaway too, is just that intentionality. And like you mentioned, that there was a lot of repetitiveness, but once you had everything set up, it just happened so fast. So fantastic. Lots of great education. And also, I just want to say too, thank you so much for being so interactive with the chats and getting to so many of the questions. You were really on top of it, which was
absolutely great. Like I said, I'm obsessed with educating, and I love when people just get that light bulb moment. It just makes me feel so good. So I love it. Thanks everyone for being here, and thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Take care. All right, Twylla, let's give some stuff away.
We're going to give one of these away, the Ruby Red Pro Light Ionic Dryer from Zambia. I love it. Love it all. All right, and drum roll. It's going to go to Michelle Timmy. So Michelle, we're going to go ahead and have you email info@zambia.com, your name, your address, and your phone number, and we will send you one of these beauties.
So cool. Thank you. And huge congrats. And hey, if you want to be a big winner too, just keep pumping those chats full of questions and comments and observations, because we still have one more to give away, which we're super excited about. Yeah. And please remember that we are doing this all with a purpose as well. This is in support of the show must go on, or sorry, it's in support of the PBA's Disaster Relief Fund, where we are able to help the PBA offer stylists that are in need some support. So please head over to the website. Anything that you purchase on the website over these next 2 days, which means 45% off shears, 40% off electrics, everything that you purchase, we're going to take 10% of that and donate to the PBA. But if you do have the opportunity to help share a little bit of your own wealth, you can head directly to the PBA Disaster Relief Fund and donate on your own. You can also enter to win this incredible package that you see on the screen with the Lydia mannequin head from our good friends at Pivot Point. And you just have to enter the word, text the word giveaway to the phone number 888-812-1115. And we'll continue to put that information into the chat because I know it's super easy to forget. So let's continue with the education. We get to wrap it up on a high note with just an incredible educator with a beautiful energy, Kailani Goodwin. She's been a certified color educator for over 10 years. She is the co-founder of the Texpert Collective and the Global Artistry Council. She is a Mizani artist, a Samvia ambassador, and she just has an incredible amount of passion for sharing her knowledge and creating space within our industry for textured hair. So please, let's welcome in the chat our good friend, SB Ambassador, Kailani Goodwin. And the crowd goes wild.
Good morning, or good afternoon, actually. It's like just hit noon here in California, and it was so cool that Sarah's also from San Diego. So,
Yeah.
or I live in San Diego, not from here, but super excited. Thank you so much, Andrew, for the introduction. And yes, last but not least, again, my name is Kailani Goodwin, and we are just going to get straight into hair because Andrew did such an awesome introduction. So we were talking about holiday hair, braids. This segment's called Braids and Buns, and we're going to start out with this look, okay? So I have her already prepared. This is Layla, and Layla, hey, hi, Tom. Hi, Tracy. Yeah, keep it up in the chat. I'm looking out for all this conversation and chat as I go today, because I have a lot of fun stuff to share with you. So this is Layla. Layla has a texture type 2. If you don't know about your texture types, go to L'Oreal Access and go to Mizani and get some texture 411 knowledge so you can break down your texture types. So texture type 2 is like just above a 1. So 1 is straight. Texture type 2 has a slight wave, but she has a slight wave and layers, and her hair stopped about here. But she wanted a good look for, holiday party. So what we did was, if you've ever done any kind of fashion week, or even if you haven't, if you've ever learned how to do ponytails, we broke it down so we could get her ponytail nice and sleek and back first. That was our foundation, okay? Before we did that, I'm going to just take Layla off very quickly. We're going to do a little TV magic. I'm going to bring Josephine on real quick just to show you what we did with Layla. So if you can see here, what we did with Layla was did an anchor braid all the way around her head, okay? What this is going to do, because we added extensions to give her some length. So what this is going to do is help me be able to pull all of this hair back. So of course we use our Samvia blow dryer, a little bit of hairspray. I'm not going to use the blow dryer right now. And I use the paddle brush that has the nylon and boar bristle in it, right? So what we did, we're going to spray like a little hairspray or just to get some hold, and you're going to blow dry it back. So just blow drying it all around where you want that, that bun to lie, right? So what we're going to do, we did all of that, and I'm just going to put this back in a quick ponytail so you can see what was done. So when I say break it down, let me turn her again. I love these pivot point tripods. I'm going to slide her a little bit closer. So when I say you want to break down so that you're able to have control over the hair as you're pulling it back into your ponytail, you can do it one or two ways. You can start with your bottom and then end at your top, or you can start with your top and end at your bottom. And this is if you're trying to pull it back nice and sleek. Now I'm doing this very quickly, but I would be spending a little bit more time on it. So the next thing you would do is you're going to wrap. So hold that elastic right there. Elastics are awesome for getting nice sleek ponytails and getting them nice and taut to the hair. To the scalp. You do a double twist. So I did one underneath, do another, pull, and then I'm going to go back the opposite way to lock it in, just in case I need to move it around. Once I have it where I want it, I'm going to tie a little knot and then cut off the excess. Then I'm going to do the same thing with the underneath. Pull that up. So you can do the underneath first. So on Layla, I have that anchor going all the way around. my anchor braid is all the way underneath, so you can't really see it. You can't see it right now, but down goes Frazier. All right, so here we go. Just gonna put an elastic here. Oh, what kind of elastics are these? So if you've ever gone to a fabric store, one of my favorite stores in New York to go to is like a mood fabric store, right? They have, and this is, hopefully this isn't too ghetto. They have all these different color of like elastics that you would put in clothing. So you can get the same thing, get yards of it, and just have it match different colors of hair so that you're able to, you know, not have anything stand out and have it blend in with the hair. So this was the base for Layla. The next thing we did, I love extensions. So anybody who's ever read any articles, I love being able to add and just accentuate hair with extensions. So this is a 22-inch weft. You can see that, okay? And it's 613 blonde. So what I did was I added, we call them toupee clips, right? But I sewed toupee clips onto my weft, right? So I bought this separately. And then what I did, so I'm going to change colors on you. All right. So Tracy, I answered your question, right? In terms of the elastics, I'm going to find that base. So that braid that I put in on Layla, same thing. And I'm taking my clip in. So you see where my clips are and they're open, except with the weft I had, it's long. So what I did was I just clipped it in where that anchor braid is. And I went all the way around until I got to where I anchored that ponytail, okay? Then what I did, I'm gonna lower her because as you all know, I'm a little vertically challenged. All right, Marissa. Then we're gonna start to braid, right? So I'm gonna take my 3 pieces at the front of this, at the front of the weft. Let me tilt her down a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna lean in. You really don't need to see my face. You wanna see some hair. So we're gonna braid, and then I'm gonna pick up as I go. So you see that braid starting to form there? Coming over, I'm gonna pick up and keep braiding over. So this is all I did with that weft that is on Layla, is I brought it around and went all the way. Let's see if I can turn her a little bit more so you can see this. So I went all the way around until I got to that, where my base for my bun is gonna be. Once I got there, I separated the braid a little bit so it sits up like a crown, right? Almost like a half a crown, right? So if I wanted to, I could have brought that anchor, since I had that anchor braid all the way around, I could have brought this extension hair over here and had it sit up even more as it came to the center, okay? So that was the beginning of Layla's hair. Just wanted to give you a visual. So once we had that braid go all the way around, I stopped it about here. And you see it gave me like some nice separation as I'm going through the braid. And then I could just pull up and separate that even more. So you see everywhere I did that braid. So if I wanted to, I could pin this up so you can see the scarf that I put on. Now, you might have been wondering why she had a scarf on, for a couple of reasons. And you could do totally so many different things and be so creative with this. But I'm like, we're talking about festive hair. We're getting closer to Christmas. You know, I know it's not Thanksgiving yet, but we are getting closer to Christmas. And I love color, right? So bright pops of red, especially in blondes. I mean, it just makes it pop even more. So what I did was where that weft was. So you saw on Josephine how you can see the weft, right? Well, on Layla, you can't see the weft because the scarf is covering it. Okay. Then you, so what you do, after I finished the braid, I took it around. So this is all of the same weft. So this hair that I left out in the middle It's all the same weft. So I stopped the braid about here, and then I kept braiding it down and left the rest of the hair loose, okay? I took the clips and that braided bun base, so where I had her hair pulled back in a ponytail, I braided that and then made a little bun. So you can kind of see it. Let me show you. I'm gonna take these clips out because she's all set. If I can get them out gently. My little set barrel curls, right? So if you look in the middle here, I love tips and tricks and little hacks, right? You see her little braided bun base. Can you see that? All right, so we wrapped it all the way around and I continuously clipped. So I had clips at about 1-inch intervals that I sewed onto that weft. So I continuously clipped it around until it ended, and then I put a Meta Grip pen. So you heard, I believe it was Sarah talk about the Meta Grip pens. I love these. So if you can see this, I'm gonna put her, Layla, down for a second. If you see with the Meta Grip pens, it has like, there we go. It has grips. That's why it's called a Meta Grip, right? It's not super smooth. So here's a different hairpin. So you see how this hairpin is more smooth than your Meta Grip? Your Meta Grip actually has like little grooves on the side that help to lock in that hair. So we just finished this braid, wrapped it around, all the way around, and then of course used my little handy dandy topsy tail tool. I believe Sarah used that as well, or you could use like a latch hook. I love using these as well. And I just pulled the end of the braid through the back, okay? And then pinned it underneath on this side. So she's all set. I put her scarf in, and let's get her up so you can see a little bit better. There we go. And get her a little bit closer. So now she's all, you have her base done. And we have the scarf on, and of course the scarf is a little bit longer. So this is a scarf that's more, has a little less width, and then it has some more length to it, which I love for styling like this. So I set her, of course, after blow drying and everything, I set her with my Zambia 2-in-1, Marcel, did barrel curls with that. And now I'm gonna take, where do you like to purchase your wefts? Oh my gosh. So there's a place called His and Hers in LA that I love to get wefts because they have boxes of hair. I mean, you could literally lose your mind. It's kind of like going into a fabric store for a sewer, okay? Or even for a stylist when you go into an accessory shop. There's like hair everywhere, wigs, everything. So I really love to get my hair from there. If I can't and I'm in a bind and I'm just trying to do something very quickly, I would, where's another place that I've gotten them from? The beauty supply store, I've gotten them from there. I also have gotten wefts from Amazon, of all places. Now you have to be mindful when you're getting wefts from like Amazon and everything, they might not be as full and as thick. They'll probably be a little bit finer in terms of the sew that you get on your weft, okay? Or how much hair is in it. So all I'm gonna do is start my braid. So I'm gonna take my 3 sections here, turn her around a little bit so that everybody can see. Do they sell online? Yes, I believe His and Hers does sell online. You can double check. All right. So we're gonna just take this and incorporate a little bit of color through her braid, right? Just so simple. It's just a 3-strand braid, but we're getting a little bit of color in there just to have a little bit of fun. Because sometimes when you're going to events and everything, you want a little pop in your hair, right? So maybe you're wearing, and the reason I'm wearing black and white is because I don't want her hair to blend in with what I have on, and have some fun stuff coming up. So then you can take a clear elastic. So I have a clear elastic, and I'm just gonna cinch that end all together. All right. So now I have the end of the hair. It has a little curl on it, and I have some color throughout her braid, right? So that I'm gonna spray just a little bit of texture spray, right? Because we want a little bit of grip in the hair as we pull out. So just like Sarah was talking about in her presentation of that beautiful updo. Oh my gosh, it was amazing, wasn't it? We just want to be able to pull that out a little bit. So we're just accentuating the braid as we go down and making it a little wider. Because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this around. Let's see. No, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to wrap it around so I have the beginning of that braid. And I'm going to do a little tuck underneath. And I like having a little bit of this scarf hanging out because it's just fun. It kind of gives it a little bit of wave, right? So I'm going to wrap that hair around. Get my little meta grip. Actually, I'm going to bring that up a little bit. So I want my meta grip. And what you can do is you want to go in between the braid. So that way you can tuck it and nobody can see it, right? So it disappears into your whole bun situation going on. The same thing at the bottom. So I want to bring it up, come underneath, and just secure that. Maybe one more for good measure. So in all actuality, I used less than 10 pins for this style. So braids are a great way, and so are clip-in extensions for you to not have to use as many, hair pins and everything to be able to style your guest's hair, especially if they don't have the length to their hair, right? So we're going to just tuck that in over there. So now she's all pinned up. If you feel like this is a little loose or out of shape, again, you still want to create, have good balance and everything. You can still go in, get that up, and just bring that over top to tighten it in with the rest of the hair. What texture spray did you use? Oh, Kim. So I used the Mazzani lived-in finishing spray. I love this. If you can find it in your area, it's an awesome spray to have. I believe they started discontinuing it, so I racked up on it. But I would say any texture spray that you would need to use or is available to you, that's not going to wet the hair. So when you're dealing with textured hair, you don't want to wet it. But you, like Sarah was saying, you want to make sure that you have grip in the hair, especially if you're blow drying it. That helps to give it grip so that you can pull on it and manipulate it so that it will stay instead of having too much slip. Okay. All right. What is the name of the store again? Roxana, I'm not sure I understand your question for the name of the store. If you're talking about the texture spray, I got mine from Salon Centric.
I think she was asking about the one that you get the accessories from, but we can find it.
Accessories. So these, honestly, if you're in a department store or even like if it's like a wide, you could even use like a wide ribbon, right? You could use a wide ribbon, almost like packaging, that's kind of a silky material, and you could get that from like your local craft store. But if you want it more of like a clothing scarf, you can find these at, they're just like accessory scarves, just like a really thin, like lightweight kind of chiffon-y material. All right. Are they working on something new? Kelly, are you asking if they're working on something new in regards to a texture spray? If you are, then I will have to get back to you on that, okay? So this is Miss Layla in her kind of crown regal Christmas style or holiday style. So now
I love the blend of kind of eras within that too. Like it totally gives me that throwback, but it doesn't look vintage, and Sammy always kind of talks about that, like
it gives you
be inspired by the past, but people don't necessarily want vintage, like old school, right?
Exactly. So it's like vintage with a twist. All right. So on YouTube, we can replay video. Yes, you can replay this video and keep it up in the chat. I'm loving it. So this is our first look, Miss Layla. I will bring everybody out a little bit later. But if you know me and you've taken any of my classes, you know I can't just stop at one. So we're going to bring Tanya back out. So if you were on the YouTube live that I did the other day, Tanya was a part of that for pin freestyling. So what we did with Tanya is she's going to have a high bun, right? So we just did more of a low bun style, and Tanya's going to do a high bun. So what we're going to do with Tanya, or what we did, same technique in terms of creating the ponytail, right? What you want to do is you can split her either in half. What I like to do is kind of take when you're sectioning, right? You can take a tail comb, so your Zambia tail comb, and you want to create almost like an arch around, right? When you're doing your parting for the bottom part of your ponytail. So when you do that, so tilt the head back. So if you go above the apex and then come back around, like behind the ears, when you're pulling up that front section to get that ponytail, you don't see the part at all in the sides. Versus if you go up from an ear to ear parting, you might have to blend it a little bit more with your polishing brush or your finishing brush, okay? Any tricks on short hair? For short hair, would add more wefts. Okay, so Kelly, when you're working with shorter hair and wefts, depending on how short it is, ideally, I would want to, unless you're leaving it down and just trying to incorporate it that way, what I would do is, you don't want to use a whole lot of wefts, right? So you want it to be, I like to have my guest hair still look natural. So ideally I would want my guests to have, I would say at least 4 to 6 inches in length when I'm using my wefts to help blend them out, unless they have like a short pixie style and they have like maybe longer on the top. That's when definitely I would use less wefts. If it's for a more full look, what you can do is if it's long enough, you can braid the back and then do your clip-ins, and then do clip-ins in the front to create your ponytail and just be able to blend that hair into the clip-ins. But it has to be enough to be able to cover the hair. And you want to make sure that you have a good color equivalent to your guest's natural hair, or if they have colored hair, you want to make sure that they have a good color blend with the clip-ins. You don't want to have like blonde roots and put like black clip-ins in, or brown clip-ins in with blonde roots, right? Or if they have brunette, you don't want to just start off with like a blonde extension. What you could do though, if they want some blonde and some pop, is you can give it almost like a shadow root effect, but that requires you to go in and color, and that's where your service price for that style would go up. So just like the beaded extensions sew in where they have like a nice blend into the hair, that's what you would want to do. All right. So we have our ponytail. As you see, we have our cord wrapped up in the top. And of course, I love my little nippers. These are fantastic. You can find these at sewing store. But what you can do is you're just able to cut those very quickly, the ends. This is where my vertically challenged self comes in into play. Oh, thank you, Shirley. I love this. I love how this color came out too. Definitely wanted to do a nice pop for fall. So we have her base. We did her barrel curls with our Zambia 2-in-1 Marcel and curl wand. And then what I did, because if I want to add a little flair, right? I got some braiding hair that is close to, is a little bit more brown. So I might want a little bit more copper, right? But I got some braiding hair and of course accessories, right? So this is just a ribbon off of a roll. So something you would find at your local fabric shop, right? And what you can do is after you get the braiding hair, you're going to take it off, and all this is an elastic that I wrapped around. Let's see if I can get it off. So I basically looped it around and put it through itself, right? So that way it holds its taut right there. Zambia nippers. Sam, are you going to make some nippers? They aren't Zambia nippers. They're just sewing nippers. So I'm
You can just use an artist series shear, you know, $1,000 shear to cut through fabric. Why not?
Why not, you know? So then we're gonna take, okay, I'm gonna take this off. It's getting in the way. And we're done with our blonde for right now. So then we're gonna take our donut. So has anybody ever seen this? If you've ever seen these before, there's all different shapes you can get, but it's to help be able to form like for buns, for any editorial styling, even for wedding and formal styling, right? It just helps you get a nice base in the hair, and you can get pins through this. So that's another thing that I do love about this. And full disclosure, when I was younger, I did what we call, and I'm gonna probably be aging myself, I did what we call sock buns, right? So I would take a sock and like roll it up and get this effect. So I'm so glad that they make these now, because I never saw these when I was younger. All right, a clean sock, okay. That's a little cheat. So we're just gonna take this bun, this little donut, and we're gonna bring that hair that the braiding hair through. And she's already got the shape, right? So those barrel curls gave us the shape to work with this bun. So all I'm gonna do now is swing a needle. All right, so I'm just gonna take our polishing brush, right? And just kind of get that nice and even. Let's see. Turn this a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. There we go. We're going to get the top of her head for you so you can see what I'm doing. So we're just going to, and I just did 4 curls in her hair just to kind of go around this donut. So now you see I don't have any space in this donut where you can actually see it. Tilt her back up. All right. So before I start tucking the base of that of her hair in to the bottom of the donut, I'm gonna just do this quick braid with this little bit of bling in it. And if you're not a quick braider, no worries, right? You turn her around a little bit more. Like I said, your 3 strands. You come over top. Then you bring that outside piece over the top. And some people braid underneath. I braid either way. It just depends on what I'm doing. So I'm just going to bring it back and forth. So if it's an odd number, you go over the top. If it's an even number, you go underneath. Don't know if you've ever heard that before, but all right. So we're just going to get just a little bling going on, right? We're going to do the same thing that we did with Layla and her scarf. So you could do this with cord, you can do this with ribbon. So you see this is more of like a flat ribbon that you can do this with. All right. Marissa says, yes, love them. Gives you versatility. Yes, those donuts come in handy for some versatility for sure. You can create some really big, beautiful, just avant-garde styles with those donuts. All right. So we're just braiding it all the way down to where you can't see it anymore unless I scoot her back. All right. Then I'm going to take an elastic that is the color. So it's a similar color as her, as a hair, right? So that way it's not going to stand out too much. Okay. So we're just going to put an elastic on the end. Now we have our braid that we're going to incorporate. So now let's take our, okay, where did it go? Okay, we're missing one. So you're going to take your, you can take your tail comb or your fingers. I'm a finger girl as well, Sarah. And just tuck and wrap it around the base of this bun, of this donut. And I love to do like a sweeping motion as I tuck it under with my fingers because it gives the bun, even though this is more of like a classic kind of ballerina bun, it gives it a little bit more movement. And then the fact that she started off with texture. So when I blow dried her hair, what I did was use heat protectant, so heat screen. You can use 25 Miracle Milk as well. So if you watched Lace's segment earlier, 25 Miracle Milk is great. But I used my heat screen, and then I used the Press Agent Raincoat Serum. That helped me get a little bit more grip in her hair without having to spray texture spray in it, okay? And I just did what we call stretching her texture, like a pre-stretch. But I got her fairly smooth with just the blow dryer. So this was not with a flat iron. So now we have this cute little bun. All nice on top of her head. And then what you can do is just take your, if you have pins that match, if you don't, that's okay, because you're not going to see them anyway, right? So I'm going to start where the braid is and just tack that down and push that into that donut at the bottom. So I'm going to work this braid all the way around the bottom, just to give a little splash of bling. And then I'm gonna go through, make sure I get the bottom of that donut, right? And just tuck that in there. I'm gonna turn her around and then secure her at the back as well. So this is also a style that's really quick and easy for your guests to be able to take out once they get home, right? And then you see she has like a little bit of like frizzies or flyaways, right? We don't want to create more. So you can do a couple of things, right? You can either spray your polishing brush and then just kind of gently go up and blend that hair with the rest of it. So it just smooths it out without you having to get your hands super sticky, right? You can also do this with the back of your tail comb, just to kind of give you a nice finish. And then remember, with textured hair, you don't want to get it too wet, right? Because if you get the hair too wet, then it's going to start to revert, which is another reason why I use the Press Agent Raincoat Serum, was to counteract humidity. All right. How good is the Press Agent? Marissa, I absolutely love the Press Agent. I like the shampoo and conditioner. They're sulfate free. And they also help to like soften the hair and prep it. It's easy to help the hair get detangled. And then you also have two things you can use in cocktail in order to get your most beneficial end result, okay? That's your Raincoat Serum and then your smoothing cream. So this is Miss Tanya's finished look. How are we loving that? Yes, very classy. Thank you, Katie. So just something super simple, a little bun with a little braid added. All right, so what were the products you used by Mazzani? I just want to make sure I'm correct. Okay, Kelly, the products that I started out with for Tanya was the heat screen. So you could use the heat screen first, like if you're going from more of like dampening him down, like if she's already pretty much cleansed and not completely dry, you can use your heat screen. And then maybe a little bit 25 Miracle Milk, depending on Mazzani 25 Miracle Milk, depending on how much moisture, if her hair spills a little bit dry. And then what I used was the Press Agent Raincoat Serum, right? So those two gave me a nice grip in the hair that I was able to do like a pre-stretch, but I actually got her hair because she's a texture type. She's a fine fine density and actually fine diameter. So I got her a little bit more smooth than somebody that would have more coarse texture. If you were working with someone that had more coarse texture, I would use a combination of the Raincoat serum and the Raincoat styling cream. Okay. All right. Iris, thank you so much. It's my pleasure. So this is Tanya. This is her finished look with all of her bling and her beautiful color. And last but not least, we have Janet. So if anybody has seen a Janet mannequin, you know she has this beautiful like texture type 5 hair, right? And I did a pre-stretch on her as well with the from a little bit damp. So I misted her with water and then added that heat screen and that Raincoat serum to her as well. And then we used some clip-ins. So you know me, I couldn't resist. So we did some clip-ins. I'm just going to clip this hair away so you can see what I did. I'm going to use my Samvia dry sectioning clip just to kind of clip this up out of the way. All right. Yes, a third look. I can't resist. I like threes. I like threes, 2s and 3s, you know, good numbers. So for our lovely Janet, I just wanted to give her a little bit more fullness in the back. So when you actually take a paddle brush, and that's something that that you would need to do, is make sure that you have shampooed and have prepped your extensions before you put them in your guest's hair, right? So you're not going to just go buy them at a store or order them and get them home and then just directly put them in your guest's hair. You need to cleanse and prep them. And if they need a color match, you're going to do all of that prior to installing them in their hair for their look, okay? Yes, Marissa, third look. All right, so I love, what is it? True and Pure Texture Extension. So this is their kind of, it's their relaxed natural texture. So it has almost the equivalent of what you would use. There's something dropping again. Okay, so it almost has the equivalent of you using our Samvia texture iron, right? So what I did, I wanted to kind of play with the texture a little bit more. So after I did what we call a, oh my gosh, not texture manipulation. I did what we call a texture in surface, right? So that's where you take the guess that they have their natural texture is one of the texture types, right? And you create another texture using either a hot tool or even like a lacer or a curl rod or even a wand, right? So what a lot of people have been doing today with their Samvia 2-in-1s is creating texture. So that's a texture in surface. So what I did was I took 1-inch sections. So I started at the bottom just with her natural and then took 1-inch section. So I started in this next section here and just clipped in, it's 3 clips across, but enough so that I could leave her hair out on the outside, right? Because I don't want, if she decides to pull this up, I don't want anybody to be able to see those clips. No, 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 you don't do that. Okay, so what we did was go in a little bit inside so you can measure them. It usually a pack of pre-made clip-ins will come in a pack of like have 7 different pieces that you can put through. So it'll have 3 across, some will have 2, and then they'll have clip-ins that have like 1 clip on it or 2 clips on it for the front, but they're just not as wide, right? Because it's going to be for that front face framing area. So what I did was I clipped it in. If you need to, right, depending on the slip in their hair, you may need to use your Samvia tail comb and just back comb that slightly so that you're able to put it in. So I'm just going to show you. So it's just a very slight, let's pick this up. It's just a very slight back comb right here. And I have them at the spaces where the clip-ins are going to go. So you can put the clip-in up to her head first, figure out where those spaces need to be, take out about 1 inch wide, right? So that's how wide this clip is. You're going to take out about 1 inch wide section and then gently back comb it so that you have a support for that clip. Then you're going to open the clip part, comb section, and then pop it closed. You heard that? So That's when you know it's secure. If it's not closed like that, it's not clipped in. All right. So once I did that, what I did was braided Janet's hair and the weft together. And then I took my texture iron and on the color treated section, right? Because that's like about 392 degrees. But keep in mind that depending on the consistency of your guest head, you might not need to use that high of a temperature setting. But I held it and just kind of gradually went down the braid, okay, to get this set. So if you can see, there's like just little crinkles on top of that braid. And that's what I wanted to get. I wanted to get a little bit different texture as I went through the hair. So everywhere, after taking the braids out, everywhere where the crimping iron didn't get, it's almost like a little bit smooth, if you can see that as you're going through. All right. So I'm going to take this down because I already started taking her out because I knew, 3 looks in 1 hour, you kind of have to pace yourself, right? So I already started taking the braids out. And what I discovered, oh my gosh, I was so excited when I found this out. Let's see what's going on. Ooh, all these fun pro tips. So what I found out is on my temperature setting. Okay. So when I cut it on, so as Anna said this morning, when you cut on your iron, all of the irons, as far as I know, they either have like a red, a green, or what's the other setting? Red, green, yellow. Ha! The yellow's right there. It's terrible. So your yellow setting is usually that midpoint or your color treated area where color treated setting where it's like around 392. Okay. So I did that, went down the iron. And then when I got to the ends, I was like, well, let me just try it because I didn't have my my sleeker iron plugged in. So I just took the texture iron. Look at that. So because of the heat setting and me not like just holding it on and like making it tight around the hair, I actually got a really cute little curl around it. So there's a little hack for you. Shirley said, pace, seriously sprinting here. Okay, so if I'm going too fast, because I sometimes can be like, what's her name? Vanessa's friend on the Cosby Show, when I'm excited about things that I love to do, which is texture, actually all hair. I've been playing with Barbie dolls since I was like 5 or younger, burning Barbie doll's hair off with a real curling iron. That's when I found out that you cannot use curling irons on synthetic hair. Don't do it. It needs to be 100% human. All right. Well, and us hairdressers, we like a little action going on. So I'm just gonna finish taking this braid out. And you see, I have this like really nice texture. I'm gonna just bring my fingers through it just a little bit to break it up and expand that texture. And then at the top, I added extensions here. So what I did with the extensions, because if you can tell, and this was on purpose, okay? I'm not just trying to get like a weird profile look going on. I set the clip-ins up around the ponytail. So I made a little tiny ponytail with an elastic, and then I clipped. I had the extensions with the 3 clips on them. And I clipped one at the front, one at the side, almost like a triangle. And then I did another one on top of that clip. Like I pulled some of her hair through, and then another one on top of that clip going up to create just a little bit of height in the front. Now, if I didn't want to create this height, of course, I could have laid them flat, right? Laid them flat this way and pulled the bun back this way. Okay, but I wanted this little bit of height in the front. It was all intentional. And then, sometimes with dark hair, golds don't always work out. So I was like, oh, well, should I do this color? But you see, it'll pop a little bit. But this green, when I saw it in the store, I was just like, yes. I was like, that's it. That's the one. Okay, so what we did, I'm going to bring her back just a little bit because she has some length to her. Okay, and pull her up. Let's see. You can see her. If you can see her, give me a yep in the chat. All right, so she has some more length to her hair, right? So her hair technically stops about here. So I got a really nice blend. The hair's a little bit darker, but you're not going to see it. If I want to get even more fullness out of her hair, what I can do is find where I put the clip-ins in. Clip this out of the way. And I can go in and expand that texture. Not even her hair, but just expand where the clip-in is, right? So the way you can do that, you can back comb it, but I love using this finger technique where you kind of just gently back comb with your fingers, right? This gives me a little bit of expansion through here. And it's kind of a similar technique of using your crimping iron, right? So everybody, I believe Angela, she used the crimping iron to get a little bit of volume through the top. You want to, if you want any kind of support like that, you want to create some texture underneath that's able to expand, right? So you can get some support for what's going on top. All right, I'm getting some yep yaps. I love it. Oh, thank you, Marissa. Marissa says she loves that tribal look. I do too. It's awesome if you do like any research on different eras or, you know, history of hair, like that kind of thing. You can find awesome inspiration like through different centuries, right? And I love doing like even the cultural mixes of hair. So for like one competition I did, it was like a mix between a Native American and an African, right? So I just took inspiration from like the different cloths in Africa and also like Native American stylings and just kind of put my own twist on it. All right. So we're just going to push this up a little bit. Get that texture expanded. Iris, yes, I'm glad you love that nugget. It's sometimes, you know, we lose our, we kind of run out of ideas, or sometimes our creativity kind of is on E, right? Especially if we're behind the chair and if we start doing the same things over and over behind the chair, it's great, and you know that makes us our money. But when it comes to like the creative space, when you want to have like a lot of fun, especially if you have those guests that allow you to do that, it's always nice to get inspiration from just anything. I mean, even watching a movie, right? You can get inspiration from that. All right, so now you see how much more we have with this expansion going on. So my inspiration for this, honestly, I did a style for the competition I was telling you about. I did a style where I almost made like a bow in the hair, like a bow and arrow, the like wood part of a bow. And my model had locks in her hair. And what I did was I wrapped them in different sections and then wrapped a leather strap around them to create that, that effect. So when you have like a ribbon that's about this thickness, hold up, let me show you. So it's like a cord. You can see that. I don't know what the width of the cord is, but it's a nylon cord and it's about that thick. But when you start to wrap it on itself, it kind of gives you that stability to be able to shape. Like once you start wrapping it and leaving little spots in the middle, it gives you the ability to like kind of create different shapes in the hair. And there goes my Zambia clip. All right. So then what I'm going to do is take the bottom of her hair and put an elastic right at the bottom, because I wanted this to be a little bit bigger and create almost like a faux bob with some expansion through it, right? So I'm just going to tuck this under here, wrap it around my fingers. I'm going to tuck this under and get right to the base of where her hair is, okay? And then I'm going to, let's see, I need a bob pin. Okay. So full disclosure, I like to be very organized. So if you need a jewelry, like a jewelry hanger or a jewelry package, it organizes your pins and clips really well. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna get a couple of bobby pins, and you can get a really big one, okay? Or you can get a few small ones. So I'm just gonna take this and wrap this under and lock this base so she stops moving on me. I'm gonna take this pin, bob pin, and put it through where I had that elastic. And I'm just gonna kind of weave it in and out and then come up. Then I'm gonna take the second pin. So I have that pin, I weaved it in and out, and then I went up with it. So I'm gonna take this second bob pin and come across underneath and lock it in place. So you're almost forming like a cross with the with your bob pins. There we go. So then I'm gonna bring this down. I love this. And then you can get a little bit of spray and just spray up. So I have like little hairs sticking down. You can just spray up. And usually this is when I would pull out my other little handy dandy tool. Okay, so if you know anything, if you haven't learned anything about me, I love tools and gadgets. So anything that's like new, all the Zambia tools, the waver, all of that stuff, I absolutely love because I'm able to do so much and create with it. But I love gadgets. And what you could do is use a hanger and like a wig cap to create like almost just a nice finishing paddle, right? Where you can spray the hair and not get all the hairspray on your hands. So essentially that's what I would be using right now. So to top this off, I'm gonna bring her back down because she's a little bit too high for me. Oh, thank you, Debbie and Stylist Corner for all the hearts. So I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna bring this cord up because it loosened up right in this little middle section. Then I'm gonna take one of my bigger hairpins. All right. Preferably a grip. Okay, let's see. There we go. So then I'm gonna take my grip. I'm gonna go in here and I'm just going in under the base. And like I said before, I can manipulate this because of the cording. I can manipulate it and get the shape to where I want it. Oh, thank you, Marissa. So I got that in, and then just to anchor it, I'm gonna put a bob pin across, a black one, so it blends in with her hair and doesn't pop out anywhere. I'm just gonna do this. And I have this lovely little braid, right? Braids and buns. So who said your bun has to look like a bun, like a donut or anything like that? To my point, the first two looks. Well, this one is kind of like a bun, but it has just a little bit more shape to it, right? So I'm just gonna wrap this around. Actually, I think I wanna do this way. Yes, I do. So I just wanna wrap this braid around. I'm gonna just pin it ever so slightly. Bring it all the way around here. And this is where our little handy dandy lash hook can go, or can come in handy. So I have this little piece. Let me turn her around so you can see, and you're not just like, what is she talking about? So I have this little piece right here. What I want to do with my latch hook is I want to bring it underneath that part of the braid. I'm gonna latch into this latch hook, close that little clasp, and then I'm gonna pull this through. Ooh. Yeah, be careful not to do that. All right. Then I'm just gonna take one more pin, put it at this base, and just pop it in there. All right. Tracy, my pleasure. I'm glad you all are enjoying this look. So now we have another holiday look. Have a nice little shape going on. Have a nice pop of green right for the holidays. Have a little bit of lip. So you have an awesome profile. So speaking of which, I did all these mannequins today, and I think we have some slides, but I'll tell you more about it. So as Andrew said when he introduced me, I am the co-founder of the Global Artistry Council. We are putting on our third, Texture Hair Elevated Summit, and that's coming up January 16th and 17th. It is a hybrid event, right? So it's an in-person, you can come in person. It'll be in Atlanta, Georgia on January 16th and 17th on location. So we do have in-person tickets, and we have VIP tickets and general admission tickets. And then if you're not able to fly into town, but you don't want to miss it, we also have virtual ticket options. You can follow at Texture Hair Elevated or myself. We also have, during our event, we will be announcing the awards, right? So we have two competitions going on. We have the Collection Awards and we have the Snapshot Awards. So the Collection Awards are, I'll say, similar to NAHA, where you will submit a collection of 3 cohesive images, right? But the key thing about the awards and the Texture Hair Elevated Awards is your starting base of your guest, whether it's a model, whether it's 1 model or 3 models, has to be texture types 3 through 8. And for more information on what those look like, you can go to texturehairelevated.com. Now, for the snapshot, we just announced last week that you would be able to submit mannequins before and afters for the snapshot competition. So mannequin texture type 3 through 8. So you could start with Janet. You could use Tanya, any of the, if you have any of the pivot point mannequins that have starting texture types between those two, or between those texture types, you can start with those, take a before picture, and then do a finished look. There are, for the snapshot, there are 5 categories that you can enter. You can enter one submission into up to 2 categories, right? So if you did a color, so just like with Tanya, right? She got colored and she got styled, right? So I can enter her in the styling category and I can enter her into the color category. But this is basically to celebrate texture, and we have the belief of normalizing texture in the beauty industry, because 65% or over 65% of the global population has texture. So somebody with texture is going to sit in your chair at some point in time. So if you want to learn more about texture, definitely, whether it's virtually or in person, it's going to be an awesome time. And we're super excited about it. And I'm so glad that you came and we're in this space today for our Sanvia Live to promote the Professional Beauty Association. What is it called, Andrew?
The Disaster Relief Fund.
Disaster Relief Fund, right? Because it did come in handy for like stylists during COVID and everything. So the whole fact that the team at Sanvia, we're getting together and promoting, and you're purchasing the tools, and 10% of that is going to get into that fund so that we can continue to help support each other, is amazing.
Yeah, and we'd ask you if you have the opportunity, in both on Facebook and YouTube, we have a place that you can just click right on the button and donate directly to. You don't have to purchase tools to help out. You can donate directly as well. So
awesome.
Beautiful
Okay,
job, Kailani. I mean, 3 beautiful looks in one segment. What the heck? let's see a little parade. Let's see the other two.
Okay, here we'll see. We'll get the. Here we go. There we go. Little parade
Awesome.
of heads.
So cool.
Awesome.
So Kailani shares lots of great education, and like she said, the group Texture Hair Elevated is doing great things for our industry. So please go and support that. Give Kailani a follow. Thank you so much, Kailani. We learned so much from you today.
Awesome.
I want to bring on Anna and Twylla so we can start to wrap up our day together. Let's go through and let's just share one thing that's a big takeaway for each of us today. I'll start it off. To me, is just how incredibly simple beautiful styling can be if we allow it to be, and we have the foundations for it. That's my big takeaway.
Absolutely. I feel like for me, it was just seeing everybody's prep, I think that is what really sets you up to make your style come together so easily and not to get frustrated along the way. So I love seeing everybody's different approaches to how they set themselves up for success. So great job. Such a good show.
Yeah, I liked seeing how everybody did things a little bit differently. So we all have totally different styles, totally different takes on doing things. And I think the great thing about continuing to take education is to hone your own style, figure out what it is you like. But I enjoyed looking at other people's styles who aren't like mine. And I'm excited to take some of those things and use them as well. So great.
Okay, I would say ditto on everything, but to Twyla's point and to Anna's point, just the foundations, everybody's work was amazing. And just taking, to Twyla's point, taking everything that you learned, all the gems that were dropped, take that home and make it your own. Because, at the end of the day, that's all we can do. Because it's not a competition. We're all in this together and we can all win.
Yes,
so fun.
Yes. Twyla, why don't we start off and let's give something away?
Ooh.
All right, we're going to give away a double waiver to our chat giveaway, our chat participant. And this is going to Tracy Anderson Johnson. So same as before, Tracy. Woo, woo, woo. We're going to have you email the info@samvia.com with your name, address, and phone number.
Beautiful.
Congrats.
And we do have, let me bring it up on screen for a second. You all texted in the word giveaway to 888-812-1115 to win this beautiful package over here on the right that includes the Pivot Point Lydia mannequin. Sorry, couldn't get that out for a second. And Anna, who won that?
The winner is Keith Thornton. Woo!
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So excited for you all. So thank you all for spending so much time with us today. We did get a chance to raise some money for the PBA Disaster Relief Fund while we were able to give back to the community through education. And we do have more education coming up this week, so stay with us. Coming up tomorrow on the 15th, we've got Anna coming back tomorrow to teach us bushel braid down style. On the 16th, we have Transformation Tuesday. Twylla is coming back with our good friend Amanda Ziegelman, and they're going to share some scene-inspired block coloring and cut. On Wednesday the 17th, come back. I'm going to be working through some things with Daniel Noonan, who is an incredible, really highly sought-after surgeon, and we're going to talk about how do we take responsibility for our health? Where does our responsibility fit with the doctor's responsibility? And then on the 18th, on Skills Up, this is our class that we do specifically for our partner schools. Sammy is going to be sharing Layers 101. If you would like to join us, if you are part of any of the school systems out there, you can head to samvia.com/skillsup and you can get invited to check out what we do with those schools. Now, here's the thing, y'all. On this screen, you have a group of SamVia educators. I do want to draw attention to the fact that today we had 2 independent educators come and share with us. On every SamVia The Show Must Go On, we invite people from around the hair industry to come and join us. Why do we do this? Because community is everything. We need to stop the division. We need to stop the separation, and we need to come together. And here at SamVia, that is part of our mission, is to bring our communities together. So thank you all for being a part of that. Thank you for being here for The Show Must Go On, and we will see you tomorrow for Wellness Wednesday. Take care, everybody. Have a great night.